I guess you can.
All right, Madam Clerk, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here this morning. So this is Wednesday, December 8th, 2021.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to ask you, Madam Clerk, I know you've got to take the roll. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And then right after that, before we go into public comment, I would like for Mr. Thornley to address some of the items on the agenda. Because I think we've got some updates on that. So I want to make sure in case anyone's waiting around for any of those items, so they don't sit here and wait for those. So with that being said, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And would my friend Levon please lead us in the pledge? Of the United States of America. All right, thank you. Good job. Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
All right, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Dewar. Here. Delgado. Here. Weber. Here. Jardin. Here. Reese.
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the December 8th, 2021 Reno City Council meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to send it to Doug Thornley, our city manager, with some agenda updates.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have 3 items on today's agenda that I would like to pull, beginning with C1 and C2, Charlie 1, Charlie 2. We agreed as a staff that we would have a public workshop prior to bringing any Jacobs entertainment-related items back to this body. And through my own confusion, these ended up on an agenda prior to us having that meeting scheduled. So that meeting will be scheduled on January 10th, and you'll see these items again on January 12th. I do want to say, for their part, the Jacobs folks have been chomping at the bit to get this meeting scheduled, this workshop scheduled, and this was just a disconnect on both our noticing protocols for abandonments and the manner in which these agendas get constructed. So I'd like to pull those. I'd also, because of an emergency vote by the Reno Housing Authority yesterday that's going to allow Washoe County to get into the Wells Cargo building just as soon as possible, and just in the next few days, I would like to pull item D3, Delta 3, so that we might better prop up the facilities that are out there on East 4th Street prior to us having a discussion on what to do with the CAC.
Okay. So are you saying that won't be heard? Are we still gonna, because I know we've got Amy here from the Reno Housing Authority.
No, we'll pull D3.
Okay. So Councilman Delgado?
Madam Mayor, with the Executive Director of the Reno Housing Authority, Amy Jones here. Amy, you being here, did you want to provide some information related to the Reno Housing Authority emergency meeting yesterday, since you're present for the general public? If I could take that as public comment,
We can
Madam
take
Mayor?
it as public comment, so you'll get to go first. And Mark Sullivan, too, the chair of the Reno Housing
current
Authority,
chair.
if you want to come up.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay. Amy Jones, Executive Director for the Reno Housing Authority, for the record. The Housing Authority Board of Commissioners did hold an emergency meeting yesterday, and they did approve the Housing Authority to sign a lease with Washoe County to allow Washoe County to lease a portion of our property on 4th Street. They will be leasing the RV storage units. My understanding is they're going to utilize a portion of them to bring the safe camp in, bring those tents in, so they'll be out of the weather these next few days, and then the other side will be for warming.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Sullivan, you want to?
Well, you know what, I have a quick under the public comment presentation that I was going to make just to give you guys a little bit of an update on what's going on with housing. Is it okay if I do it now?
Go ahead.
Okay, and I had the overhead here, I don't know. if we can pull that up or not. But again, my name is Mark Sullivan. I'm the chairman of the Reno Housing Authority Board, and you know Amy Jones, our executive director. I just want to talk a little bit about the housing issue and ask for your help. To let you know, RHA, we assist over 4,000 households in our public housing units, voucher programs, and unsubsidized market rate units. And I'm talking extremely fast because I'm trying to hit that 3-minute mark. In Reno, we have approximately 1,200 public housing units. The biggest issue that we have in housing is that incomes down here and housing is up here, and it's not very well aligned. In fact, I would characterize it as misaligned. So, and that's for a large portion of our most vulnerable members of our community. And I think you all understand there's no jurisdictional boundaries when it comes to housing. It's Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, and the Truckee Meadows, we're all in it together. And if you look at this chart, this gives you, well, I'm trying to look at the numbers, the yellow numbers down at the bottom there. So if you look at those numbers, you can see what the average rents are, and you can see the increases also. And then you can see, and that's Reno and Sparks and Washoe County, and then also the average vacancy rates. And the vacancy rate, I mean, it's just so tight, but the average rents are in excess of $1,600. If we pull out Sparks's numbers, because they've had some of the bigger increases, it's still $1,533 a month on average in the city of Reno. And that vacancy rate, I mean, just extremely low and dropping. So as an example, you know, the challenge of a one-person household, the area median income is $58,500 is the number that the most recent number I was provided. A 700-plus square foot apartment is about $1,238 on average. Residents with an income, say, of $30,000, an average of $15 an hour, which a lot of people in our service industry, that's what they're making. That would mean that their income would go, 50% of it would go towards just their rent in that household, in that rental scenario. And like I mentioned, a lot of the people that are affected, the most vulnerable populations in our community, senior citizens, veterans, families, individuals with disabilities, even many of our kids that are graduating college will come out and not earn AMI for several years after their graduation. And I include my daughter in that same group. She's below AMI. She has a master's degree and is probably almost 20,000. She probably doesn't want me to disclose that. She's lower than AMI, let's say that. So one of the reasons we're here today is the availability of monies provided by the American Rescue Plan Act, and we wanted to request 15% of Reno's allocation to go towards housing. I think we can all agree it's a housing crisis. It's something that needs to be addressed, and I think we can do it if we all get together and contribute. So we would like, that would equate, my understanding is the amount that the City of Reno has. It's a little bit north of $50 million, so 15% would represent $7.65 million. In today's market, about $250,000 for a unit. If we finance those at 50% loan to value, it'll put up a little bit north of 60 units, I think 61 units. I know it's a very hurried presentation, but I just wanted to get out to you guys before you commit all that money to other needs. And unfortunately, we don't have a time to review a bunch of our programs. We'd be happy to, if you guys have a light agenda sometime in the future, we'd be happy to come down and present some of our programs to you. The Reno Housing Authority, we have a very high standard for maintaining our properties. A lot of people don't even know they're public units. We think they're assets in our community and would encourage you. Actually, we have some pictures with my remaining 14 seconds here. Some of those housing units, they're just phenomenal. We have them all over northern Nevada also, or all over the Truckee Meadows. Scattered sites, multi-units, and I apologize for being a little bit scattered.
You're fine.
Similar to our sites. But anyway, I hope you're sharing our optimism that if we work together, we can have a positive impact in keeping housing prices affordable for our community. And I want to thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sullivan, could we get those overheads that you just showed and then just copies to all of us? It would be really helpful.
Absolutely.
And great job. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Jones, if you actually want to drop them off with me, I'll distribute it to them.
Okay, let me get them in order for you.
All right, Madam Mayor, so City Manager Thornley has requested to move items C1, C2, and D3 off of this agenda, so I just need a vote to close out
Prior to
item.
taking the vote, can we go ahead and take public comment?
Of course.
So,
I thought we were on item A4. We skipped over public comment to item A4, and I've hit my button to request to speak on item A4,
Oh,
if we're on that item.
I'm just requesting that we take public comment
no,
before
we're
you
just
take
going
a
to go
vote
to
on the
public comment, and then
agenda.
we'll go back to A4. That was public comment from
Oh,
Housing
okay,
Authority.
I'm sorry. I thought we
Okay.
were doing approval of the
No
agenda.
problem. Okay. I'm going to send it back to you, Mickey. Get us back on track. Thank you.
Okay, so we're on public comment item A3 as our first item today. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized for possible action on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there's disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave. Our third public commenter today is Dora Martinez, followed by Levon Reed, followed by Deanne Radcliffe.
Right here in the counter. Here's the microphone right in the front. You don't have to touch it. It's right here in front of you.
I know, but I don't want to kiss it.
It's right there.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. It's so beautiful to hear your voice and the rest of the council folks. Sorry, can you guys all hear me? I don't want to eat the mic.
No, you sound good.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I look very disheveled. We just came from the gym, relying on our
You look
getting
great.
up there transportation. Anyways, I just want to thank the city manager for taking the C1, C2. I was going to speak on that, and coming back next year. The D1 is my concern. I don't know if you guys all remember, but 2018 to September 10, I came here regarding Lime bikes. The e-scooters. Sit. You're sitting on it. Okay. The e-scooters are going to be problematic unless we have a better infrastructure with sidewalks and, the poles in the middle of the sidewalk. It's going to be troublesome. I'm having some trouble with people who are just riding bicycles on sidewalks and not on their trail. And sometimes people who are wheelchair users will get stuck if there's scooters that's just discarded or just zooming by and might hit us. So please reconsider that and be mindful and have a workshop where people with disability are included. I know that you are a very competitive mayor and you're awesome and I like that, but we need to keep our city as accessible and inclusive for all. And also, this is general comment. Hey, since I can't see the time, does that count? No, I'm just kidding.
Take your time. Take your time. You're totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
You're doing great.
So one of my friend who is visually impaired and living in Double Diamond and Double R was saying that when he crosses Double Diamond and Double R, the intersection south of the most southern part and 1 block north of Del Monte Ranch Parkway, it's very confusing for him. He uses a white cane and not a awesome lab like me, but he used a white cane, and it gets confusing when he crosses, and we were wondering if there's some funding to put some auto pedestrian traffic lights on there, and that would be very helpful. And a big shout out to, and I know we're not supposed to do this, but shout out to my ward, Neoma Charden and Jenny Breckas. Because of them, people with disability and the senior apartment at Vintage Hills, we are utilizing those pedestrian lights on 7th and McCarran. And I want to thank you, Madam Mayor. I know the people at the public works don't get this, but 1 month ago on a Friday at 3:30, I called in because one of those pedestrian lights were out, and they came and fixed it. So bless their heart. They worked so hard, and the lady who's using a cane and hard of hearing was able to use that pedestrian and cross the street safely. So thank you to all the public work. And sometimes when we cross and they're there, they stop the traffic and come and help us, and they tell us who they are. So we love you guys' public work, and thank you so much. I know I'm forgetting something, but I'll be back soon. Thank you so much.
Before you leave, or are you having a second comment? Oh, I was just going to ask if you could, the Double Diamond Damani Ranch issue.
I'm sorry, who's talking?
It's Naomi Dewar.
Oh,
and,
nice to see or hear you.
Yes, Ward 2, and I covered Damani Ranch and Double Diamond. And I'm just wondering, before you leave, I'm going to ask Noemi, who'll come from the back and get your info so I can get precisely where you're looking for
Oh, bless
some
you. Thank
pedestrian
you.
improvements.
I'll
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Dora, it's Hillary Sheevy. I just, first of all, your comments are very, very good, especially you raised some amazing
You're going to
points
make me cry.
with the
You need to
e-scooters.
stop.
No, I think that's really, really
Yes.
important input. So I just want you to know that. And then the other thing is, I don't know what your time looks like, but I'd love for staff to get with Dora because maybe she could serve on our Access Advisory Board. I think you would be incredible on there, and we're doing a lot
As
of
long
really
as you
good
know what you're
work.
getting yourself into, Mayor. Thank you. Thank
Well,
you so
anyway, it would be very valuable to have you. So thank you so much for coming. We appreciate
Oh,
you.
thank you so much. Take care.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Levon Reed, followed by Deanne Radcliffe, followed by Faith Ross.
Hi, Mayor Hillary Sheedy, and for the Reno Council. First, I want to thank you all for settling the bus strike. I tell you, it was stressful, 3 in a row, and I now realize that Kilos is going to be the company we're going to use. So I asked that we set a task force to make sure they honor their contract, so I don't have to hear the bus drivers complaining anymore. And maybe we could send an email to the union to make the bus drivers be nice to the passengers, because in the past 5 days, I almost wanted to run off, kill, or beat up 11 bus drivers, and I'm a pastor, because I've seen how rude they've been. I've seen how disrespectful they've been to the passengers. And it saddened me to watch a bunch of the bus drivers should be happy. They got what they wanted. And I want to commend the mayor for stepping up and not taking on the petty little arguments with the union group and sending in a supervisor group from the union to settle the third strike. But she was suffering during her pandemic with the COVID virus on the third strike, I remember, and she still put her head down and got to work. Mrs. Buckus, you can learn from a perfect example of what a good mayor is supposed to be like. You never get into petty squabbles. You never stand back and throw people under the bus. She's a great example. I am so proud of this mayor. It's just like I'm proud to serve her in any way I can. And I want you to know all the people who worked, Miss Jordan and Mr. Delgado and a few others that worked from RTC and the Reno Council to solve the bus strikes. It was stressful, you guys, so my hat's off for you there. And I also want to say, now I want to talk about the Reno rent gouging that's going on all over Reno and Sparks. We got to do something about this because my rent jumped $60 as of December, and I was paying $500, and I own a trailer, and I live in Sparks, but Reno and Sparks, you're going to all the renters who make under $800 or live on disability are not going to be able to afford to be somewhere. I'm going to be living in the homeless shelter where I help raise money for. So that's frightening in 6 months. And then now my other issue is about talking about what can we do about these homeless downtown that leave all these tents and that in front of the shelter. They need to tidy that up. We don't need to be seeing shelters and homeless stuff outside of the shelter facilities. And then my last issue is just to remind everybody that we need to have a task force to make sure Kilos does their job, does it well, so we don't have to hear any more petty issues and the city and the community can recover from all the strikes. And Mayor, again, my hat's off to you. You have done the best, and I sure hope you get to come in as a second election. So we need you as mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Levon. Thank you so much.
Deanne Radcliffe, followed by Faith Ross, followed by Mark Markel.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Deanne Radcliffe. I wanted to say thank you very much for the job that you do. Every council meeting where you get unsolicited feedback, positive and negative and everything in between. Thank you. Your role is very challenging. I'm so glad you're here. So I am here to speak about a couple of things. The housing crisis, I was so excited to hear that the Reno Housing Authority requested funds. As someone who is native to Reno, it is just tragic to leave my home every single day and see people in need. My heart goes out to them, and I just hope that the city adopts some creative policies to help support housing in this community. I see lots of market rate things come online, and although there's, I'm sure, a need for that, there's definitely a need at the other end of the spectrum.
So I have the privilege of living in Verdi and serving on the Mortensen Garson Text Amendment Committee, or be involved in that stakeholder process, sorry. I had some concerns I wanted to bring to your attention. I know that the text amendments are currently on hold, but I just wanted to do this. So the text amendments was initiated, I think, about 18 months ago, plus or minus. Councilwoman Jardin champions that, and it brought stakeholders from Verdi and also property owners together, and we really looked at the Mortensen Garson Overlay District. There's a few items that are, I think, very, very key that have not necessarily been ironed out. One item is that the text amendments would only apply to future projects, not currently approved projects. So that really comes into place for, a trailhead wasn't put at the Verdi Apartments. And then another developer wants to go over the 3,000 units. So again, only to future projects. The settlement agreement was a legal document, and it really notes that things need to go back to cooperative planning. The Mortensen Garson plan was really created with a lot of public comment and cooperative planning, and I think before it comes to the Planning Commission or the Council, it needs to go to cooperative planning as part of that process. Another item is irrigation access is threatened. I know Councilwoman Dewar was very sympathetic to my irrigation access issues, but really they're proposing the steamboat be not a public trail, and that would eliminate access to all the irrigation gates. And I think following all the established rules that were put into place, again, in that legal document, benefits all residents. That's current residents and future residents, right? Because the goal is just to have a lovely, lovely community that we can all live in and just thrive in. Again, thank you so much for your time and attention. I also want to thank Councilwoman Jardin and Councilmember Reese. I spoke on some traffic safety concerns out in the Verdi area, and they were very kind. I had a phone call with both of them. I really appreciate your time and all of that information. Thank you very much, and happy holidays.
All right, great job, Deanne. Thank you.
Faith Ross, followed by Mark Markel, followed by Paco LaChoy.
So nice. Super sweet.
Good morning. My name is Faith Ross, and I am the Executive Director of the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation. The gold ribbon represents all cancers that occur in childhood. And the month of September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And you all honored us, our mission, our children, and our families with a childhood cancer diagnosis by making the Reno Arch go gold in September. It was amazing. So we came today to say thank you for that. And we brought this photo for all of you. So Nick has them, and you'll all be getting them today.
Oh, I love that.
We loved this event, and it was a wonderful way to raise awareness and get our community to understand that there are 120 families right in our community that we're supporting every year. And so we are grateful for this event, and we hope to do it annually. Maybe even we can do a parade some year.
Yeah, there you go. We're going to make it bigger and better every year.
Bigger and better. That would be amazing. And this event kicked off our Know the Gold campaign, which is a 6-month fundraiser we do in partnership with the William Pennington Foundation, where they match all of our donations up to $500,000. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I also wanted to share, in 2019, a 10-year-old boy in our community was named the Association of Fundraising Professionals Outstanding Youth Philanthropist. And that little guy is Cooper Sandoval. He's 12 now. So it wasn't a huge surprise when he called me a couple weeks ago and said, guess what? I just got $5,000 from City Council in support of my Crush Cancer wrestling tournament I'm hosting in January. So I wanted to thank Councilman Reese, Councilwoman Jardin, and Mayor Sheevy for your donation to Cooper's event, which benefits Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation. So thank you for your support of all that we're doing, and we look forward to a long and beautiful relationship with you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Honestly, you guys have done so. I was lucky enough to come to your offices the other day and
Yes.
just see everything that you guys are doing. It's really, really remarkable. I want to thank you guys so much. And then I know she's hiding back here, but Shirley Fulkins Roberts is back here. She's not leaving. She is going on their board, so I want everyone to know that because I had calls into my office. That means you're really popular, Shirley, because most of those calls are screaming at me. So they were all praising you. But thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing working with you.
Thank
And
you.
I want to just thank my colleagues from the bottom of my heart, Councilman Reese, Councilman Delgado, Councilwoman Jordan, Councilwoman Weber for, doing that. And that little boy is unbelievable. So if any of you get a chance, he's on YouTube. He got to sing with the Imagine Dragons in Las Vegas. That was pretty
Yes.
remarkable. They said, hey, is there anyone out here? And we'll match a donation if you want to come up and sing this song. And
Start to
that's what
finish.
Cooper did. He said, me. And I think, is Cooper 10 or 12? I can't
Now
remember.
he's 12.
If
Yeah.
he's 12, okay.
Yeah.
And he did a phenomenal job singing with Imagine Dragons in Las Vegas and raised money. I think they, like $50,000, they matched that.
Exactly, for the
Yeah.
Tyler Robinson Foundation, which
Yeah,
also supports
for
childhood
children's
cancer.
So he is a remarkable, remarkable little boy. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate you all.
All right. Madam Clerk.
Mark Markel, followed by Paco LaChoy, followed by Bill Sims.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Mark Markel, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. I come to all these meetings because God willed me alive, and I'm returning the favor to the person. Anyways, I was in a drunk driving crash. I was a passenger. We rolled 8 times. I was ejected and it landed on my head, putting me in a coma for a month, in the hospital for 5.5 months. And now I fractured my neck. I had to be in a wheelchair. I fractured my neck 2 years ago, or 5 years ago. I don't know, but it was due to the crash. And now I just use this walker. And I had to use the walker after the crash. And my life is a total mess. And anybody that gets into a drunk driving crash has to go through a lot of rehabilitation. As I did, and it's hard. My life is totally a mess, and I lost my wife not because of the crash, but she had sepsis of the blood, and then it's just, I wasn't there to take care of her. I was messed up. So just don't get in a car, drunk driver. My life has totally been messed up since then, and I just would hate to see anybody else is messed up. And this time of year is hard for me, but just don't get in a car, drunk driver. It's plain and simple, and don't drink and drive. It's plain and simple. I don't think you understand me, but if you do, if you don't, talk to me, and I'll explain what I talked about now. Thank you.
Good job, Mark.
Paco LaChoy, followed by Bill Sims, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning. I am Paco Choi, and I am the chairman of the City of Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. And what I'm doing today is giving you guys an update of what our committee is involved in. We have been very active since coming back from the pandemic. One of the things we've been working with is Parks and Rec and developing more, getting more seniors involved with scholarships. Right now, we only have 113 seniors. We think it's because of the pandemic that people are still not wanting to socialize, but socialization is very important. Also, the committee made December Adopt a Senior Month. So if you know a senior that's lonely, that's isolated, reach out to them, whether it's just by saying hello, checking on them to make sure they're still breathing. If you bake goods for Christmas, share, take them a Christmas card, or even invite them to be part of your family for Christmas. The other things that we're doing is we're moving away from grant funding and to communication and engagement. And one of the things we found out during the pandemic is that communication to seniors and seniors being able to find information has been very difficult. So we've started several things. The first thing is that you probably have all seen our Connecting Seniors newsletter. It is quarterly. The next one will be out either later this month or earlier in January. We also are working, we have a radio program now that we call We Are Community. It's a program about seniors, by seniors, for seniors. It is every Thursday until June at 10:60, and it's also available on the city's website at reno.gov/seniors. So people can listen to it at any time. We're also working with Aging and Awesome to probably have a 3-minute segment starting sometime soon on that. We also established a way for seniors to actually directly reach us by going to seniors@reno.gov. They can email us there, or they can call Reno Direct, and Reno Direct will get the information or whatever the issue is to us so that we can answer it. As far as engagement goes, we're participating in the 89512 neighborhood event, which is sponsored by the Hello Project. I'm not sure if the city is familiar with the Hello Project, but it's designed to help end isolation and depression amongst seniors. They picked 89512 because there's a very big concentration of seniors in that area. We've been to both of those, and there's been 100 people at each event. The next one will be January the 8th at the Reno Housing Authority's community room. Our biggest project to date has been smartphones for seniors. We've served almost 200 seniors in the 10 classes that we have had so far. So we have a lot more planned. We're looking forward to Older Americans Month, and we have activities planned, especially with the ACEs, during that month. Thank you for your time.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to take a quick opportunity to chime in a little bit about the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee and the great job that Paco, as the leader of that board, is doing, as well as the other board members. If you didn't capture his public comment, and I think anybody that has a senior in their life or is a senior understands that seniors receive their information in a huge spectrum of ways. And this Senior Citizens Advisory Committee is really making inroads on getting communication out. If you heard, it was radio, TV, newsletters, smartphone training. They're literally hitting every part of the spectrum to get information out for seniors, about seniors. And I just wanted to commend Paco and his leadership. He really has taken this committee to the next level. And I want to thank Jackie Bryant, our Assistant City Manager as well. Her leadership and partnership with this committee is really doing wonderful things for the seniors in our community. So thank you, Paco.
Bill Sims, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Kai Plaskin.
Morning, council members, Mayor Sheedy. Of course, my name is Bill Sims for the record. First off, I just wanted to say, given that I know I'm very brass typically in my comments, if anything, after my fellow advocates to get up here and say their piece, I sincerely hope that you guys will listen to what they have to say, especially given we are really in the depths of winter now. My second comment is regarding what was said to Jacob's Entertainment when I happened to see a piece when you guys were speaking to their lawyers when they were here, and the comment was talking about that you guys were okay with shutting down the motels that people are living at because they were dealing with slumlords and being taken advantage of. And while I do completely understand that, as I'm pretty sure that's who I was under, you guys are essentially doing the same thing to people that are being swept and not stopping. When you are literally letting these people be evicted repeatedly over and over again from somewhere they're trying to nail down, especially during winter when they need to stay warm. They need to have consistency. You guys are being slumlords and constantly evicting them from their current place of living as best as they can. So I would hope that, unlike the comment that was made earlier about tidying homeless people up, that in all honesty, you guys ignore that, because that, simply put, is code for doing whatever the hell you want with them. Continue to sweep. I really would hope that, given Dana Searcy had even mentioned at the chat meeting on Monday that the Mod Pods that CARES Campus and State Campus Michigan are not ready, that she does want to open up a part of the garage on CARES Campus to help, shelter these people from our, winter weather. However, she did say that they are nowhere near anywhere being ready and having that done for people. So if anything, I just hope that you guys really do listen to my fellow advocates, hear what they are saying. And as a final quick comment, I just wanted to point out to the comment that was made when we were here on Thursday night. Police presence wasn't here because of our demonstration, because I was out there. Not a single cop. Cops were only threatened on us when we came in to the building. So I just thought I'd let you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sims. And I do think it's important to get some information out. I understood as of yesterday, the 5,000 square foot garage facility will be opening and transitioning people in at noon today. So that was good information, unless somebody has something different than that. That was the latest. So we're encouraged to have that, which holds over, as I understand, over 300 individuals, which I think is greatly helpful for the pending storm. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Harry Brooks, followed by Kai Plaskin, followed by Savannah Scott.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to address adapting to unemployment in the case of homelessness. It is difficult to adapt to suddenly being unemployed, especially having been with coworkers that you have really enjoyed. And if you have enjoyed the work that you've performed, then it's even more difficult to have your life transformed. So when you lose the job you like, instead of an attempt to be adjusting, you might wind up in contempt in a way that's quite disgusting. You might find yourself wondering what to do with your time. Should you waste a lot of ink and paper by writing a silly rhyme? And when you find yourself without receiving a wage, it's another chapter in your life where you don't want to turn the page. But if you then find yourself receiving unemployment, then you might find yourself in a new kind of enjoyment. When you receive such benefits as unemployment compensation, you find it as a wonderful way of relieving your frustration. That's an easy way to adjust to being unemployed, even if it pays a little less than when you were employed. Now you might forget those coworkers that you had enjoyed and begin to remember those that you tried to avoid. And about the time you finally adapted to not going to work is about the time that you will be called back to work. Just about the time that you finally got yourself on track, that's about the time that you're going to get called back. Now you have to readapt to doing things all over again and going back to work. So let the process begin. I hope that you all have adjusted to hearing my rhymes again, because you know that I'll be back to read some more again. Oh, and by the way, I'd also like to say, I hope that each and every one of you have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Madam Clerk.
Kai Plaskin, followed by Savannah Scott, followed by Jessica Castro.
Hello, Kai Plascon with Turkey Meadows Bicycle Alliance. Thanks for having me here. And thank you for working on this, the multimodal options for Reno. I mean, I know a lot of you remember the past, and we've come a long way since then when we had these analog bikes riding around town. But it's come a long way, and scooters have kind of always been the big deal, and what everybody really wants is electric scooters to be able to get around. And so they have geofencing now, and they can control the speed from block to block, which is incredible, and really addresses some of the concerns of folks that may be walking down the sidewalks to ensure that these scooters aren't going too fast. Back when the analog bikes were here, 3 years ago or so, 140,000 rides. I mean, that's incredible throughout a year, right? And those are people that wouldn't have been visiting places. These folks are going to need infrastructure for sure. That's an important thing that we need to consider. But this is a game changer for Reno. It's going to change the landscape of Reno, just as it did in the past, but even more so now, and safer. So the Truckee Meadows Bicycle Alliance is here to support exclusive or non-exclusive. The money really shouldn't be a deciding factor in this. The sustainability of the program should be what is deciding this for us. And I think the city staff's research on this and their report and the agreement itself is just amazing and wonderful. And thank you for putting that together and working so hard on it quietly behind the scenes. And we really look forward to continuing to support this as we move forward. But the infrastructure concerns are really important, as we're going to have thousands of students riding these things to Midtown and to downtown. And I implore you to please put the cycle track, the Virginia Street bike path on January 12th, a placemaking study on the January 12th agenda, please, so that we can discuss how people can get around safely. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Plaskin. Madam Clerk?
Savannah Scott, followed by Jessica Castro, followed by Gordon Gossage.
Hi, I'm Savannah Scott, and I was going to be speaking on the agenda item C1 in regards to case number ABN 220003. And I know you were saying you might pull that agenda item, but I still wanted to talk on the matter. We live in the Gibson apartment buildings, which are in that little block. And so if we move the agenda item to the 12th, they're thinking about selling the building by the 31st. And we just want to know that we're going to have like secure housing after that. Because, we want to know that we have a place to live on January 1st. It's just people who do have secure housing in our building will then be made into a vulnerable population. And clearly, a lot of people have been talking about that issue today. And it's clearly something very important to us as a community. And people who do work for minimum wage won't be able to afford different types of housing. I mean, if what the housing authority showed is true and prices have gone up that much in our area, I mean, people who do work for minimum wage here won't be able to afford that. I work full-time for $13.25 an hour, and my rent is already half of my income, and it's only $9.70 a month. So honestly, I don't know where else in Reno we would be able to find prices like that. And the building we live in is a very, older historic building. It's in between the 7-Eleven Motor Lodge and the Castaway Inn that have been closed down. And I just don't want to see our building demolished. And I just really don't want to see it sold to Jacobs Entertainment. I just don't think that's good for us as a community. I don't think it's good for us as people who live in the apartment. And I just don't think that it's really helping anybody. It would really take away a good, viable housing option for a lot of people. And I just really hope that we don't approve this. So if we do move it to the 12th, that's great. But also I was hoping that we could get like some confirmation that the building isn't going to get, sold and torn down before then. So that's all. Thank you.
Could I ask for some clarification? I didn't understand. You were going to talk about.
Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Could I ask for clarification?
Yes.
Because, it got advertised and we haven't voted on the agenda yet. I'm fine with what the manager wants to do if he feels it needs to come back later. but were you talking on C1 or C2?
C1.
C1. So you said you lived in an apartment adjacent to these?
Yeah, it's in between the Castaway Inn and the 7-Eleven motel in that little corner.
Okay.
So
And you were told that you have to move by the end of the year because of this abandonment?
yeah, they told us that our building is getting sold and that we're probably going to have to move by January 1st.
By January 1st. Okay.
I mean, that's just what we've been told.
Your landlord.
Yeah, so I mean,
Okay.
they told us that it's getting sold and that they're probably going to kick us out by January 1st.
Okay. Well, one of the findings that we have to make is it's in the public benefit. And this is good information to know, to make that finding that, if there's a connection there. So, okay. I would hate for us to not take.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they're actually going to demolish it on January 1st, but I know that it's getting sold by the end of this year, and then we're not going to have a place to live.
Okay.
So I guess my concern is just more so the having a place to live aspect of this.
Okay.
Is there anything, is there going to be another meeting before
You know
the end
what,
of the year?
what we might be able to do is, Ms. Scott, if somebody from staff, if this is a private sale, I don't know that our staff would have a whole lot of information on that, but we could certainly try.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, we can find out if there's a demolition permit in the building, and we can certainly ask, when we can't, maybe if it comes back in January, you've moved, it's been demolished, it's no longer an issue for you, but it helps us understand as background, are our actions facilitating, some of this demolition and relocation displacement? So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. Madam Clerk.
Jessica Castro, followed by Gordon Gossage, followed by Ilya Arbitman.
Am I allowed to show something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just, if you set it down, she'll put the overhead on for you.
Okay, I do want to just let you know that this is a picture.
Jessica, would you mind coming up to the mic? It's
Yeah,
hard
I
to
just
hear
didn't
you.
want my time to start just explaining. It's a graphic picture, so if you don't want to look, please don't.
Okay.
You all please do. Can you see that? Okay. My name is Jessica Castro. This is a wound on one of my unhoused friends. He was swept and swept, so he finally went to CARES. He stayed at CARES for about a month. He couldn't deal with it anymore. He was afraid of getting hurt there. His items kept being stolen. There's many, many issues. So this gentleman is now unhoused, living in the city limits. And he tried to go to the hospital to get help. So I just want to share some of the discrimination that our unhoused are facing. And I'm starting to feel like it's part and due by the decisions made in this room here. So he tried to go to the hospital and he was denied. He was told, oh, it looks fine, you're fine, go. He's been feeling weak, he hasn't been feeling well, so he spent his money. He does have income. He spent his money to get a room so he could rest and take care of this wound. He has income. He's been asking for months to get help. I've reached out multiple times through my connections to get help. It was always, we can't find him, which is weird because it's the same location I go to every time I want to see him, and he's right there. So, he tells me he's harassed constantly by the ambassadors. I know that we're saying that we're going to warehouse these people in the warehouses or whatever, but has the fire marshal written off on that? Is it legal? Is it zoned? Is everything okay? We had a Record Street shelter that was ready, turnkey, ready to go. That would have been great. Matter of fact, while we're here, half of my comrades are actually at another suite going on. Also, I would like to state, we did try to attend a meeting here to discuss affordable housing and low income, and we instantly had the police called on us. They were called on us. It was not a coincidence. What is this show of fear? Yeah, the other day in the CHAB meeting, I watched someone get escorted out by security. And why? Why are you guys acting like you're afraid? I'm afraid. City manager, I cannot live. My child is 15 years old and has to pay rent so we can make it. I hope that your family really appreciates the raise that you just got. Because mine's not okay right now.
Ms.
So I would
Castro,
also like,
can
yes,
you
I'm
please
done, I'm
just make
sorry.
sure that you address the body as a
Yes,
whole?
I'm done
Thank
with
you.
that. I'm sorry. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. So one last thing I would like to say is I would really like to thank my comrades. I would really like to thank them. I myself have lost all of my personal time off of work to come to these council meetings and to go to sweeps. In the last 5 months, I've lost all of my PTO. I have none. I can take no vacation with my family. I know that my comrades do that every day. There's people at sweeps right now that are out there, and I would really like to thank them for taking their personal time, their money, and the stress that we go through to go out there. Because we're losing ourselves to go out there every day to be here. And I would personally like to thank them for doing such an outstanding, amazing job for our community.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Madam Clerk?
Gordon Gossage, followed by Ilya Arbitman, followed by Megan Archambault.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Gordon Gossage with Regenesis Reno. And I just wanted to, unfortunately, give you some bad news. The numbers that were up there are actually 3 months out of date. The average rent for a studio apartment has gone in the past 3 months from $1,007 to $1,102. So that's an $1,100 rent for a studio apartment that has 421 square feet. As a way to solve this horrible problem, I am a member of the YIMBY movement, the Yes in My Backyard movement. I don't expect everyone to be a member. I had a Facebook exchange this morning where I said, as a member of the YIMBY movement, I frequently say, in order to bring down rents and selling prices, we must increase the supply of housing in all neighborhoods and for all levels of household income. Supporters of building affordable and workforce housing will never agree on all solutions. As a YIMBY, I do strongly support upzoning a significant percentage of parcels in every city. In the case of Reno, I support upzoning all of the vacant parcels of 1 acre or more within the McCarran Ring to land use categories with no maximum units per acre. These 215 parcels total 700 acres within the McCarran Ring, 700 acres. And without subsidies, most multifamily housing in this area will be built and offered above our median rent. And massive subsidies, therefore, are required to provide private and public sector vouchers directly to residents with households' incomes below the level needed to qualify for market rate rents, like $1,100 for a studio apartment. And I asked my friend, if a movement emphasized these two solutions, would you support it? And my friend answered, my support would be dependent on whether the affected community plays a significant role in leading such efforts. So I would add that as another precondition. We must have much more community engagement. And I would actually say we need to massively ramp up community and stakeholder engagement. And in order to do that, I'd like to introduce some information about a guy I'm working with now. I should disclose he's a paid consultant now for Regenesis Reno. His name is Shane Phillips, and he wrote this book about the twin crises of high housing and household instability. He believes effectively tackling the housing crisis requires that cities support both tenant protections and housing abundance. He has 50 policy recommendations in this book. And he offers 50 different recommendations based on the 3 S's, the supply, stability, and subsidy. He's now an urban planner and the head of the UCLA Lewis Center of Housing Initiative. And I hope you welcome him to come to Reno. I hope he can work with all of you and many of the community stakeholders here in Reno. Thank you.
Ilya Arbitman, followed by Megan Archambault, followed by Damian Cole.
Councilwoman Jordan, sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't have a question. I didn't know if you wanted to take back over.
Oh, no, sorry. No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Ilya Arbitman for the record here. Just want to say from the kind of spectator side, from the community member side, meetings like this can feel very confusing and disorienting when we get here and there's agenda items that are pulled that we had been talking about and then maybe they're not pulled. Agenda items don't necessarily mean you're voting, right? You could just discuss things and talk about them. I think that a lot of the public craves that exact thing, right? Some actual discussion. There's definitely a sense that a lot of these decisions are being made behind closed doors, and by the time it makes it on the agenda, it's basically just a rubber stamp. Obviously, that's not always the case, but item D3, for example, about Record Street, I think that is something that we need to be talking about. We can't just pass the buck until enough people stop paying attention, and then you kind of quietly sell it while nobody's looking. What happened this morning with the Reno Housing Authority, just to clarify for anybody else in the room, is that basically the city and the county have failed to really winterize the safe camp. And there were some little tiny home units that were ordered. They're late. There's many reasons for that, but there's no real winter solution. The solution is to live in a garage that may or may not actually be habitable. That garage is on the CARES campus. It's baffling to me why we would prefer to shelter people in a garage rather than a building with rooms and bathrooms and doors and windows and all of these other things. However, that seems to be the interim decision. I obviously do support getting people out of the cold, but I'm just really confused as to what really is going to be the long-term plan with Record Street. As we can tell, a lot of the presentations or public comment today has been about the affordable housing crisis, and I think when we use the word crisis or emergency or whatever, we're not really using that lightly. It's clear that it is an emergency situation. If we have people up here showing us rent prices, and I'm sure everyone is gasping regardless of your income situation when you see $1,600 a month average rent. Unfortunately, that is something that really only the city can mitigate, right? Whether it's disincentives for demolition or rent caps or whatever it is that has to be done, I don't think that problem is just going to go away. And the crisis is only going to get worse. And the position that we're in right now, where we have somebody coming up here talking about their building maybe being sold and demolished in a few weeks, right? And the city doesn't even know about it. We need to push the brakes on that. But to end my comment with something very specific, right? I'm here to specifically call for reopening Record Street or the Community Assistance Center as a temporary emergency facility for women and families. That is the only viable solution. There is an operator, Rise, ready to run it. And it is really the only viable solution for giving women a safe place to go, right? I don't know how many times people have been up here saying that CARES is just not safe. Our place as of this morning is full. So I don't know how long we have to kind of have this back and forth, but we do need to discuss that item. Pulling it from the agenda doesn't actually get us anywhere. Thank you.
Megan Archambaum, followed by Damian Cole.
Hello, and for the record, my name is Megan Archambault. I'm the founder and director of Reno Sparks Mutual Aid. I'd like to address some calls that I've heard for civility to start here. Please understand it's incredibly difficult to be civil when incivility runs rampant via violent sweeps. As we speak, our neighbors without addresses are being swept without notice from the tunnels near Veterans Parkway. I'm concerned about the Wells cargo space being used as shelter. We know there's no showers there. Is there plumbing? Has the fire marshal cleared this? How is it going to be heated? If we have people who are seeking shelter from the storm and they're going out into the elements to go take a shower or to get food and they come back to a cold building, how is this necessarily helping? Record Street's a turnkey shelter, as Ms. Castro mentioned. It's ready now. We have Rise ready to operate it. I feel like this is kicking the can down the road. As winter rolls in, we need comprehensive data on how many people are kicked out of CARES and Safe Camp and barred from returning for anywhere between 24 hours to 6 months. Hypothermia can kill people in a matter of hours. Barring someone from the campus could kill them. There is apparently an appeal process when they're kicked out, but how do you reach people who don't have phones? When you're scattering people, how do you let them know of the outcome? Are they being notified that they have any recourse? In recent sweeps, people reported they were given the choice of jail, going to CARES, or leaving the city. At one such sweep on September 16th, one of the moderators for Reno Sparks Mutual Aid called CARES around 2:30 or so to check on capacity, and we were told there were only 4 beds available. However, dozens of people were told to go there that day. Dana Searcy stated at the most recent CHAB meeting there hasn't been a day without beds. That came as a shock to those of us who have been told on the phone or at the security desk that there are no beds available. Further, this does open the city and county up to liability under Martin v. Boise, which held that criminalizing sleeping, sitting, lying in all public spaces when no alternative sleeping space is available does violate the Eighth Amendment. As people are swept today, there are no beds at our place, and CARES was not able to be reached by us. Also, unsheltered people have previously reported police have destroyed their belongings during sweeps. In Mitchell v. City of Los Angeles in 2019, the city ultimately settled for $645K and agreed to provide advance notice to people not destroy their property, not make the retrieval of their property arduous, and to not limit the number of belongings an unsheltered person may have. This is happening right now under the city's watch. With the understaffing and safety concerns at CARES currently, substantiated reports of violence, including a stabbing, staff without comprehensive trauma-informed training and de-escalation, and staff kicking people out without accountability, please understand this is why people are hesitant to view CARES as an option. My husband and I have both witnessed Karma Box staff screaming at people in the past to the point we saw a woman break down in tears as she yelled in desperation, "I'm a person, God damn it," over and over and over. Our group works closely with advocates for unsheltered neighbors. We have members donate items only to have them seized or destroyed within a matter of days by city or county staff, i.e. NDOT or RPD, or we've seen donations refused up front after Pat Cashell's given us the okay to bring them. We must ensure that our unsheltered neighbors are treated with the respect and compassion that they deserve. Give them the opportunity to direct the services they receive because, God damn it, they are people. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Megan, nice to kind of meet you.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. You make some really great points. One of the things I just wanted to bring this up because I think what happens, and I see a lot of frustration here, that the communication is really lost because I know what you're talking about in the sense, then I take your information, then I go ask someone at the county or try to get, someone to give me, better understanding of what's really happening. And I think you made a really good point. I think, did you bring this up at CHAB? But we really would like to see one sort of liaison navigator so that everyone is sort of on the same page, because then we kind of do all of this, right? And that's really difficult. So that everyone has one communication funnel, because I'm getting different reports as well, and I'm frustrated. So you guys have got to be frustrated. So did you bring that up on Monday?
Our frustration is nothing compared to the frustration of the people who are being swept over and over and over again.
I totally understand, absolutely. But I also think there are people that will get up and say things, and then it gets out into an environment where then it's hard to get more people on board to support what you guys are trying to do and how we can help you.
Well,
And
one thing
so-
that I did discuss with Councilmember Reese was possibly Reno Sparks Mutual Aid hosting a summit or a town hall discussion on housing that's moderated, but not in council chambers, not
good
with
idea.
a necessarily a formal structure, so that
good idea.
everybody can sit down. And so at this time, information still pending, of course, on when we can have it, thanks to the holidays, but we'd probably be looking at towards the end of January. So I would like to see every single council member here who does profess to care about this, Mr. Thornley, even Mr. Hall, I would like to see you guys sit down with us as well. Because as I said, it is difficult to be civil when you see people who have wounds like the one Ms. Castro showed to you, or when you have people who have colostomy bags that are dripping into the street because they don't have access to supplies for new ones.
Yeah.
So
I totally understand. I want to get on to the next public comment.
Sure,
so that
thank
I
you.
don't get in trouble, but.
Yes, definitely.
Just really quickly, because I want you to address this.
And I'll be quick, and I know these were discussed and brought up by a number of the public during our CHAB meeting. I do know the county as the lead is the one that provides information on this front as the agency that's in charge of this. But I did want to, on the 5,000 square foot structure, my understanding, I do understand it is heated and it is been signed off by the fire marshal, is the last information I received on that. I just wanted to get that out there. And there was, lots of this was discussed at the CHAB meeting, and I thank you, Ms.
Because I had some of the same
Archambault. I
questions,
think I was
so-
mispronouncing it.
I had some of the same questions that you had, and so it would have been nice to have that one point person that we can all ask, is this getting done? What's happening here? So I think you bring up great points. Nice to meet you finally, Megan.
Yes, very true.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right, our final public commenter today is Damian Cole.
Good morning. Before I discuss what I came here for, just wanted to make a quick I wanted to rectify something that I keep hearing. The motels were not low-cost housing. They're not meant to be. They were temporary lodging. It's like when you don't have a place to live and you don't have anywhere else to go, temporarily being in a ratty motel is better than festering in the streets. Just wanted to clarify that. Real quick, I just wanted to mention regarding C2. If I could show what's on the screen here, basically it's my cell phone. It's in regards to the abandonment of the alleyway on 5th, Nevada, and Ralston. I wrote this out here just to make it a little bit easier to understand what it is. This is Ralston. This is the alleyway that currently exists. It's part of the city property. It's a one-way alley. It's the only way that can be accessed to that new parking lot that was added on after the preceding house burned down. The little red area here is a sign saying "Do not enter." The parking lot in front of these businesses is also a one-way parking lot. So basically, this easement is not just simply for access to deliveries and sanitation. It's also for the public access to access that parking lot, which was recently just constructed. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because I read the agenda item, and I know it's been taken off the agenda, but I just wanted to bring attention to this. It says, it is anticipated that deliveries and waste services will be accessed from this parking lot. That's going to be impossible unless an amount of easement is kept on and transformed into a one-way easement, which would kind of cancel out the reason why Jacobs probably wants it abandoned, because they probably want to use that. It's probably part of their property, or it could be because it would be returned to them. So just wanted to bring that up. Engineering standpoint, probably not going to work. So the other thing too is the trash bin that's in the parking lot has a firewall cinder block wall that's only accessible from the alleyway. So in order for this, because it says it's anticipated, in order for someone to anticipate this, they would also have to anticipate completely gutting out the newly made parking lot and rebuilding it. Plus they say deliveries in the back of the building would be accessible through the parking lot. No, because it's only through the alleyway, and there's a big bar. It's a raised building access in the back that's only accessible through that alleyway. So if Jacobs wants to have that land back, they're going to have to give easements to the abutment to that property anyway. Kind of defeats the purpose. So just wanted to bring that up before next month's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damien.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered in the audience. For the record, we did receive 15 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, December 7th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. 0 comments in favor of various topics, 5 in opposition, and 10 concerned. In addition, we'll transition to voicemails, in which we have 4.
Lake. Hello, I'm a resident of a homeowner in Reno, and I live right across the street from the Virginia Lake. On the corner of Audubon and Mountain View Drive have been, I don't know what you want, people that camp there all night. And it started off with 1 person and it went 2. Now today we have 3, and they've been here since I moved to this house on the 28th of August. And nobody, and I've heard there's been complaints about them, This morning they left after the police came by, and now they're back. And they're already setting up their little quasi tents. And it looks like it's going to be a party tonight with them. So I will be calling the police because it seems like the city really doesn't care about the taxpayers, the homeowners that take pride. I've requested that signs be posted of no camping overnight in the park, as I requested that no parked cars overnight either. This is getting to be really ridiculous. Hopefully, our city council people can adhere to this and do something about it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cindy Lee. My phone number is 775-348-7228. I would like to speak with somebody on the city council, if possible, regarding the building that they want to do off of North Virginia, the condos that they want to bring up the hill. We fought the last one and actually won, but are we going to be notified if they want to build again? Not sure how to keep fighting this thing because we don't want to get poisoned with the stuff that's in the hill that they're going to be taking down. I'm sorry, I can't think of it right this moment. But please call me back, 775-348-7228. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of it. I can't think of it. But we do not want that going up. Please, we don't want to be poisoned by this. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, this is Douglas Schultz, night security over here by the Ramada Automotive Service Center. Yeah, our customers and who come to our shop are complaining about all the homeless people in the area, and so are the ones over here at Ramada, because their customers who drive semis and buses and like that have no place to park because of all these trailers that are parked on Spokane Street itself on the road. Right now there's 2 motorhomes, pickup truck towing a trailer on the road, plus 3 cars is sitting out there, a reddish color Expedition, a silver Toyota SUV that's broke down, a brown Ford that's broke down, and there's a Ford Explorer towing a trailer in the parking lot, dirt parking lot across from Ramada, and there's a red truck that the guy keeps going over to the first motorhome that's on Spokane Street. And the bus drivers who deal with Ramada and the semi drivers who deliver products in this city and park here cannot do their job because you guys aren't willing to do anything. Reno Direct's been called repeatedly by me and other business people over the last 2 months because of this problem. And nothing's being done to correct it. The city council has to take action on all these cars that broke down on Spokane Street that the homeless people are living in. And these motorhomes is parked on the street. I've got my motorhome working here at the Automotive Service Center parked in the parking lot because I work here and I'm working on my motorhome and doing some repairs on it when I'm not on the clock working. Code enforcement says, or the parking enforcement people say they have no problem with mine because I'm work here at the Automotive Service Center as night watchman and also during the day to help them, plus working on my own.
Yes, I would like to report a homeless camp issue. I live at Alpine Vista Meadows off of Nutmeg Place, And for the last couple of months, a homeless camp has been setting up directly behind our condos. I and my neighbor have actually called the police and fire department a few times over the past couple of months over incidents that have been happening, fires being set, arguments between homeless people. And I just want to find out what I can do to get them moved, because it's actually starting to make me feel very unsafe, especially when they're setting fires out. Last year, around this time, they actually did set a big fire that almost caught our complex on fire. And it's just really scary, especially since if I'm gone and something happens, I don't want my animals to perish, or any of the kids who live in these condos, something bad to happen to them. My name is Miranda. My phone number is 208-410-5593. Again, my neighbor and I have contacted the police and fire department over the last couple of months. I've also emailed the city of Reno and emailed our property manager, trying to find out what we can do so we can feel safe again in our houses. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, and I just want to just say something to the public, because we are seeing it more and more, and that was one of the reasons why we did build the CARES campus, so we could make sure that people have shelter. If that is happening, I want you to reach out to Reno Direct, so we can bring the clean and safe team out there and get people services. That's one of the reasons that we do it. So I just, and I would also say, reach out to your ward representative. That's really important. And really, Reno Direct can have the tracking number, so each ward representative can track those issues, because it is really starting to be all over the city that we're seeing this. And so we want to make sure that people, especially as it gets colder, are in the shelter. But that's why we have invested millions and millions of dollars to the CARES campus. We had to do it quickly. That was the one thing I just want to say to the public, that they don't realize that we had to do it so quickly because of the pandemic, made it that much worse. And we will continue to work on it. Is it perfect? No, it's not. But we were lucky enough to get that funding and get it done right away. We didn't think that that would happen for 3 to 5 years. So I do want to commend the council for doing that. But it's also really, really important that now more than ever, we are paying attention to this and working on this. I'm hearing these complaints more and more and more. And it is concerning, because fires are being started. And we need to make sure that that does not happen, to protect everyone. And this is what I've been saying about fires and flooding along the river and people living in places that are really dangerous. So I'm just going to let everyone know that please reach out to your ward representatives, Reno Direct, so that they can get the clean and safe team there. Go ahead, Councilwoman Durham.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to comment on one of them that was over by Virginia Lake on Audubon and Mountain View. And when the gentleman called me on Monday, he said he had called. I was going to make this comment regardless of what you said. He had called Reno Direct a number of times, and a number of their neighbors had. Of course, that had not gotten to me, but I asked him specifically to email Reno Direct so we would get the tracking number. And I also asked him, because I talked to Mr. Thornley about a month ago about how to handle these, that I have them popping, camps popping up all over my ward. And he said, some of them are on private property. That's a police trespass issue. Some of them are on public property. Some are in parks. That might be a park ranger issue. Some of them are near downtown. That might be a MOST team or a clean and safe team. So Mr. Thornley asked me to also copy a couple of people at staff. So when I've asked them to now send these in, like this one in particular, which I asked them to submit, I asked them to submit the key staff as well as Reno Direct, because it sounds like they have to be handled by different groups. And Mr. Thornley, maybe you're putting together a matrix for, how to, approach what property it's on, where it is in the city. Do you want to?
You make a good point, because NDOT, I know we're not
Yeah,
stylized to
but
have this
just-
conversation, but some are on NDOT's property. We've
Yeah.
been working on one by Home Depot. And what I would ask is that we bring like maybe a full workshop, and also a way that council in their wards can know sort of what's going on, because then that way we can get services to them. A lot of us can get access to different services, and that could be helpful. So, but I do think this, we're hearing it more and more and more, and people are getting very, very concerned So I want to make sure that we're sort of putting policies together and resources for the council and for the public to be able to address this.
Sure. So I would sort of direct everyone's attention to a few weeks ago when you saw the organizational chart for the Clean and Safe program. And I think everybody was a little surprised at how broad that program really is. And it's because of the issues that that Councilmember George just described. And so perhaps a matrix or a flow chart for explaining which arm of the Clean and Safe team would handle a particular issue would be helpful in these cases. So I'm happy to work on building something like that out so that folks understand sort of what the workflow looks like depending on the specifics of the case at hand.
Right, and I think that's the thing, residents don't know what to do. And this is the very reason that we built the shelter and we put millions and millions of dollars into this, so that people aren't living outside in the elements and not getting the services they need, so.
Well, and just one final comment, just so you know what the gentleman said to me, he was planning to go make a citizen's arrest. And so I had to talk him down from that approach, begged him to please not get personally involved and to rely on the city. So we have to be able to bring those resources in so that people don't take this into their own hands. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item A4 today, which is approval of the agenda.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask council members for approval of the agenda. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Excuse me.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. I did ask to speak previously on this item. And I just want to echo and validate the comments of, I think his name is Mr. Arbadem, who came forward and said, when items get on the agenda and they get pulled off and there's questions, it isn't a good reflection. It isn't productive time. And I appreciate Mr. Manager stating, it was his oversight on putting the abandonment requests on and pulling those off. But I also want to call out, those two women who came forward, maybe there's some real estate transaction going with those abandonments related to the securing of those abandonments, and the date of December 8th for it to be considered is why that landlord gave them the notice they could be out the door by December 31st. So sometimes when things get on the agenda, they could have ripple effects. We just heard one today that might not even be valid when they come forward, in January, because maybe, who knows. But I just want to use it as a moment to call it out and think about it. I also want to talk about the item about the CAC. And there's a companion item too, about $500,000 in resources. And I had asked the manager before I even saw the agenda for a meeting on what's the big plan for housing. I've reviewed the website on our housing efforts, and they're very out of date. Remember that puzzle piece that we had on way back when? It's still on there. And we've gone through all COVID, we've gotten resources. And so I wanted a meeting to come up to speed. And he said, I'm not ready to have that meeting with you till we bring our staff together to lay all the dominoes out. And I said, okay, you set the agenda, please do that. But then we had two housing items on the agenda. And I do think there's a little bit of winging it these days. I mean, when the gentleman came up, when the housing authority people came up who are big players in this space and talked about their emergency meeting and something they've done, I didn't even know what they were talking about. The activists seemed to say that they were bringing some money into the CARES campus. I don't know. I feel like we need to take a pause. We need to have a plan that our staff presents to us before we go out and keep winging it, because it does look chaotic, and it looks particularly chaotic when items get to the agenda and they're not fully cooked. And anyone, like the RISE people, can go through our unsolicited proposal and want to be part of the solution. But when it gets to this agenda, I really am going to ask that it goes a part of a plan and that we get to that plan. The mayor just mentioned policies. There's policies and resources. And we are sitting on such a moment of resources. I mean, we're also sitting on great challenges. So I really ask this body to look at the agenda carefully. The manager and the mayor have outweighed responsibilities in setting that under our rules, but we have the 3-month calendar. And please, let's do a good job in not spinning wheels. Let's making sure items come forward to deploy resources that are pursuant to a plan that we've adopted for this time. Thank you. And with that, I will support removing those items from the agenda.
Okay.
But I appreciate the opportunity to comment on these items that we've decided aren't ready and will come back another time. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
thank
I'm
you.
ready for the vote.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I do want to just point out that I understand what the public is saying, and I understand what you're saying when items go on and off the agenda, but I hear it all the time. You can have an item where one side is like, absolutely, it needs to be on there, and the other side is no. And so there's sort of these competing interests, which make it really difficult. And I also want to remind the public, just because something ends up on an agenda does not mean that the council supports it. Because I hear that often. That's for discussion, right? So that I want to make clear. I also know we are working on a comprehensive housing plan with Monica. I don't know if you want to address that. And I know we're not stylized to do that, but I know that that is in the works because we've been working close hand in hand with Reno Housing Authority, and we have some really, really incredible initiatives that are getting ready to roll out with an extensive amount of money, and it's pretty impressive. It isn't fully, I guess, baked yet, and that's why, before something comes to fruition, it can seem like you're winging it because everyone is sort of trying to get the plan all together. So I understand, but I do want everyone to know that there are two sides to that when you say put something on the agenda or taking it off, and things happen too. Matter of fact, some of the stuff on the agenda was the city's fault, was not, the developer's fault too. And then it makes it look like we're not being transparent. And that's getting really old. This whole thing about not being transparent, some gotcha, some conspiracy, it's not happening here. And I keep saying that over and over again. We're human like everyone else. Mistakes happen. So let's all just kind of give each other a little bit of grace and mercy. Sometimes we've all been through a lot the last 2 years. People get really worked up, but also this whole negativity against government and the people who make government amazing, this incredible team over here. I love you guys. You're amazing. I don't think you hear that enough. I think we take a lot of hits, especially people, don't trust their government. I'm proud of your transparency, and I want to thank you guys for that. And I'm proud of the work that you put in, Gordon. And the other thing about affordable housing, to Jenny's point, listen, you need housing of all types. It's about economics. It's supply and demand. If you only have a certain amount of supply down here, guess who is going to obtain that housing? The people who can afford it. So that's where we've got to really work on housing of all types instead of sort of vilifying developers too, because we need that product too to get those people out of that affordable unit into that unit because they can afford that unit. Otherwise, it holds those people down that need it the most. So we all got to be working together. I know it's tough, but honestly, you guys, now more than ever, we need to work together. It's been a tough 2 years. All of us have been through so much together in this community. So I just want to thank all of you, even from our activists. They bring a lot of value, lots of value. And we don't have all the great ideas. You guys have a lot of great ideas. Bring them to us. We want to hear those. So, and I don't know, Doug, if you want to chime in. I know, Monica, you're doing great work on the housing front, and that's going to be exciting when we roll that out. So I do want everyone to know that it is happening. It's not just on the fly. There's a lot of people working hard and putting together an incredible affordable housing plan. So go ahead, Mr. Thornley, and then we're going to move on.
Of course, I think that you covered it pretty well, but when we talk about housing and we talk about housing affordability, the constellation of issues that arise there is sort of mind-boggling, right? And it's not just sheltering, and it's not just subsidized housing. It's a whole myriad set of policy choices that all work together, and so. Sort of to the point that's been made here today by a number of folks on the body, it's hard to have that conversation piecemeal, and so we are going to spend some of our time during this holiday break building out that program so that we can come back in the first part of the year and talk with the group about, these are the options that are in front of you, and these are the levers to pull and the switches to throw, and these are the anticipated outcomes if you choose to do that.
All right, thank you so much, I appreciate it. Okay, so I think I have a motion in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're gonna move on to consent. Madam Clerk, with that being said, do we have any public comment on consent?
Madam Mayor, we have none.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm gonna ask council members, do you have any items you'd like to pull? I'm gonna start with you, Councilman Weber. All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, the B16, B17, and B18, mostly for praise and thanks.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan. Councilman Delgado. No. Councilman Reese. Councilman Breckus.
I'd like to pull B6, B7, and B11.
All right, may I get a motion to approve all other items?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Sending it to Councilwoman Breckus, item B6.
Yeah, maybe we could get a staff report on what this action is.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, council members, Deborah Lochner, Finance Director. The item B6 and B7 are related. So B6 is the first step in issuing a general obligation bond. The council needs to pass a resolution directing our city clerk to notify the Debt Management Commission of our intentions. So that's what that resolution is. And then B7 is also a resolution, and this one meets the IRS rules that allows us to spend bond money prior to closing the bond and reimburse ourselves from such proceeds. Not sure we're going to use that necessarily, but this gives us the option to actually bid the projects a little sooner before we actually close the bonds and hit that construction cycle.
Okay, well, let me ask. So B6 is for how much general obligation debt?
So the proposal is $38 million of general obligation debt.
38
And that will
million.
come forward for council to, we'll ask for a resolution of intent, which will
Yes.
come forward in January.
Okay, and that 38 million, you have a C-tax sufficiency table, which evidences we're within debt limitations of the state, but we can also repay it with any other revenues like property tax, right? When it comes out of the general fund, right?
It's a general fund obligation, so it can be funded through
Okay.
any source. But we do have to, under the requirements of Nevada law, we have to identify an actual source, and that would be C-tax.
Okay. Now, back in April, this body got a proposal for a funding plan. And the staff report says that, costs have raised and increased. And I'd just like to know the components that this $38 million obligation will go for, each discrete project, and how much of completing that project is going to be achieved with this indebtedness.
So this bond will actually fully fund both the Public Safety Center and the facilities at the Moana Springs recreation facilities. So mainly the pool. The difference in cost with Moana Springs is primarily due to building a 50-meter pool versus a 35-meter pool, and then also cost of constructions. And we also, with that particular project, added some sustainability features.
Okay.
Or that's in the Public Safety Center, but.
Yeah, because the email that I got this morning, right before our meeting in follow-up to my question was, the public safety original costs were $34 million, and now it's $52 million.
That's correct.
And the pool was originally $18 million, and now it's $31 million. So combined, that's like $84 million, but we're only doing a bond for $38 million. So where's the rest of the...
The rest of the money for those projects is existing in cash, sitting in the project.
Okay, so it'll get us done. Okay, and then is this the one where it says if we don't aren't able to meet this debt, or it might be 7, we can raise property taxes?
So that is just the law, the way it's written, that there is when you issue a general obligation bond, you are putting up your taxing authority and saying if you are unable to pay that bond, you would raise those property taxes. That will not happen because we have sufficient C-tax to cover it throughout the life of the bond. And that's just stating what the law says.
So the law, because I've been under a strong impression, and we've had legislative sessions and everything, that there is no ability for a local government under any circumstance to raise property tax. And you're saying if for some reason you're in a default
Councilwoman Breckus, you're
situation.
over
Oh,
30
thank you, Madam Mayor.
seconds.
I'll just let it go around and then ask my other
Yeah, please.
questions.
All right, any other questions from council members? Councilwoman Dewar?
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I
go
think
right
we're
ahead.
back to the hand sanitizer method because the
Yes.
electronic part's not working.
Perfect. Everyone use your hand sanitizers when you wish to speak. And if you don't, just kind of flag me or whatever. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Lochner, thank you for the presentation and for continuing to do the elements of what this body has already agreed upon, right? It may be difficult at times for people in the public to understand that we have a number of things that happen when we decide as a city that we're going to spend money, take on debt, issue bonds, finance projects, right? And thankfully, your team helps to keep us on track. And your work also with Financial Advisory Board helps us to have another layer of oversight. So I understand my colleague from Ward 1 has questions, and those are great. My colleague from Ward 1 didn't vote for either of those things to happen. So it is the reality that there are these steps that we take, and each one of those steps, I don't think, needs to be a decision point for us to rehash old, redresses against the projects. These two projects are incredible. And so we could talk all day about why we have for 30 years not invested in a swimming facility for this community. But now, as a result of the planning of this body and with your help, we are. We could talk about how on the Public Safety Center, we have a 75-year-old building or thereabouts that's not really doing the function that we need to provide for this community. And it all is to say that as a community, there has been a lack of investment from historic councils because they didn't necessarily have the tools or they were investing in other things, right? If I had been on this council some years ago, maybe I wouldn't have wanted the ballroom and the bowling stadium, right? But I do believe, and this council has signaled its desire to see us invest in a swimming facility at the larger, size. Our council has said we do value public safety, and it's one of our highest priorities as a city. So I appreciate you checking in with us. It's on the consent agenda because it is a check-in. And I think it is important to think through all those elements as each check-in happens. But I don't believe it's the time for us to continually rehash losing votes on this body. So I thank you for your time and effort and for continuing to provide the support that is necessary to make good financial decisions, because each one of us has made commitments to this community that we will be good stewards of the resources we have. And if we are paralyzed to inaction and we don't do anything, we will not meet the needs of a growing city. We're not a small community anymore. We are a large, thriving metropolitan area that it continues to experience some growing pains, and it requires that we have things like pools and public safety centers. And I appreciate your team for making that happen with our help.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, so the 38 million fully gets us the public safety center, because I thought last time we heard it only got us partially there.
No, so what was already before this council was the phase 1, which was bid with cash. This will pay for the balance of
Phase 2.
Phase
Okay.
2 and 3.
Okay. And then you threw in some design costs for a fire station. And in my experience, it's atypical to put design costs into a bond you're paying out for 30 years or however the length of the bond is. How much is that design for the fire station? And we don't have land for a new fire station yet, do we? How can you do design on a facility you don't own the land on?
So the amount in the bond is $2 million that's going towards that, and I will let our city engineer actually explain how the design works.
Okay.
Thank you, Debbie. Carrie Koski, your city engineer. Councilwoman Breckus, the way we intend to approach this particular project would be to do our due diligence and find the land first. We don't have any intention of going forward with design until we know what the where it's going to be. I think that's the best way I can answer your question.
Okay. Okay. I think you've answered my questions. And then when you come back for the issuance, you'll have a debt repayment schedule, right? You don't have that yet.
Yes, so that usually gets put in at the very last in the bond ordinance. So
Yeah.
what'll happen is there will be 3 more times that we come back to council. There will be the resolution of intent, then there will be a bond ordinance, and then there will be a second reading.
Okay.
And then we will finish up the work and do the preliminary official statement and all the other things that need to be done in order to sell the bonds on the market.
And it won't be a drawdown. It'll be all the cash will come in.
Well, we will get all the cash, but we will, and again, we can set that up however we
Yeah.
want. So we will look at what's the best in the market at the
Okay.
time, whether the trustee holds it and we get reimbursed, or whether it's best for us to hold the money.
Okay. I am not in support of this approach, and I'm very saddened because I stepped up to run for city council for Moana Pool, was a big motivation. And we have the money to do Moana Pool and get that done. We had a plan for the police department. We were going to remodel that building. We even bought a lot across the street from it for a parking lot. And the council went a different direction, took on a much larger project, which is the RGJ building. And the council's always right in what they decide because they're the final decision makers. But in marrying these two, in my view, and then adding on design costs of $2 million, which I think should go on an annual appropriation, I think the council is stepping over fiscal prudency. And that was another reason I got on in 2011, was fiscal prudency. I'm very concerned with the debt. Oh, you want me to stop? Okay.
You're just over, so
Okay.
can you wrap it up?
I will wrap it up. And when you call for the vote, I won't ask for discussion on that. So it's sad. I feel like the Christmas tree, if you will, seasonal or of these projects together has put a poison pill into something that was so important to me and pivoted off, the real prudent plan we have. So I continue to object, and I will not support this first step in the $38 million debt obligation to the general fund. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me the moments to explain my logic.
Okay, sure.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
I have a motion and a second discussion. Ms. Lochner, you are in the position you're in because you are the expert. This is what you've been doing for years and years and years. You're very good at your job, and you know it like the back of your hand. You come to us, you make these recommendations based on a lot of your expertise. So could you please address that? Because I want to make sure that the public understands that when you get up here and you do all the work that you do day in and day out, and this is what you do, you comb through these reports, these numbers, you have them down to a T. And also, how long have you been in government?
I've been in government 30 plus years.
Wow.
I started with the federal government.
Thank you. So you started at the federal government. You've been in government
Then
35
I worked
years
in
finance.
California. I worked in Santa Cruz County, and then I worked in various cities in California.
So you have a stellar reputation. You've been in government 35 years. You're an expert at what you do. That's why we hired you. We have great confidence in you. So far, you've gotten us on a great path. You've been up here, been very direct. Can you sort of address some of Councilwoman Breckus's concerns?
Sure.
So that the council feels comfortable and the public feels comfortable with the decisions that we make. That would be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
When this first came forward as an idea of how we could fund these projects because of the increase in costs, which was beyond our cash, The finance department took it upon itself to do some research. We researched various best practices on ratios of general fund debt, and looked at neighboring cities as well as cities across the country, and looked at our ratios compared to them. So it'd be like total general fund debt versus operating costs and those various ratios. And we were within or below the industry standard for the 4 different ratios that we reviewed. Again, it's complicated. There's a lot of math that went into that, but looking at the various different ratios and putting in our debt into that, the proposed debt, and it's actually as 2 proposed debt issuances, one now and one in maybe 3 years to build the fire headquarters. And we put them both into that and still were well below our neighboring cities as well as some of our cities in the South Nevada and as well as the ones across the country. We're well within the tolerances and below most of those. So these are the recommendations of the finance department and me personally, that the city can issue this debt and it will not affect your operations. Overall, if you look at so far our revenues this year, our C-tax alone is just under $2.5 million over budget, and that is this debt payment. So I feel comfortable that the growth that we have is under control, and that we can, as a city, continue to operate, continue to rebuild in a strategic way.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. Any questions?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think, Ms. Lochner, I also want to be very clear with you. I think we all have a fairly conservative approach to spending money and being in debt as a community. I think our staff shares that opinion. I don't think there's anyone in this organization who just thinks that money grows on trees, right? But the truth is where we spend our money is a reflection of what we are valuing, right? And so when you say, I'm not going to vote for the pool, I'm not going to support our firefighters, I'm not going to support the police department, you are telling us that those are not the things you value. And so for me, when people ask me in the community, what do I value, I can point to the votes I've taken and say that. And so I don't want it to be overly political, but the point is that, again, I go back to something I said earlier, which is I might have made different choices about what councils in the past spent money on. I did not come into this council when many of my colleagues did during the throes of a very difficult crisis. And so some of that probably does result in kind of a scarring of the psyche about how to do things. But we are living in different times, and our community is growing at such a rate that it requires us to make strategic investments. And fortunately, I think you've provided a path, right? You found the cheapest money. You have refinanced bonds. You have taken our credit rating from an A+ to an A++. And I'm sorry if I miss all the standards and poor nomenclature, because I didn't realize you could get A+++ and then go to AA++. And there's so many things, but I think it's something that's worth being said, right? We have just received a new rating about our credit worthiness, our path financially, and that's thanks to the leadership of this body, our city manager's office, your efforts, our FAB who reviews things. So it's just not genuine to say that somehow we're in a bad state. We're in a really good state, and now is the time to dig deep and make strategic investments that will outlive everybody on this body, right? And that is ultimately a thing. There is a positive thing, which is we've made good choices. We're in a good position to buy. Credit is and costs are easier currently. And sometimes we don't have every single nit and detail down, but that we will work through them in an orderly fashion, I think belies the sort of the statement that Madam Mayor made, which is, you are an expert. We thank you for your input. And at the end of the day, the decision will rest with this body.
All right, Councilwoman Darden.
Thank you very much. I too just wanted to take a moment, when we came on, and when did I come on? 2012. We were in a much different place at that time. And to say that there has been great progress made in the rebuilding of the organization is an understatement. During times when even when the economy was spiking, it didn't mean our tax revenue necessarily was, but we have managed to be very strategic. And this body should be proud, and the community should know the, $150+ million we paid down in debt. We were very strategic for many, many, many years about that being the singular focus. And that was to get us to this point where we are today, to be able to make very strategic decisions about where we're going to expend our dollars in what areas. And quite frankly, to not have the appropriate facilities, whether it's sewer or police departments or fire stations, to have those that keep and protect us and keep us safe, is frankly a disservice, in my opinion. And again, the decisions that this body and the staff have made have been very well thought out. I think this is money well spent, well allocated. It's in the interest of the future of our council, and frankly goes way beyond us. This will outlive us all, these decisions that we make to make sure our police can keep our community members safe, that our firefighters can adequately address fire issues, that our toilets flush and that the sewer pipes are taken care of, that our roads are maintained, and that we have the adequate facilities in our community that they so deserve. To me, and I am a fiscal conservative to the core, these are dollars that we need to be spending, and the community, those I've spoken with, these are big dollar amounts, totally get it and they support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
When you did the analysis and the debt ratios, and I understand how that went, did you also put the backing of those revenue bonds in as debt? Because I understand this year they triggered over to general obligation in some portion of that payment.
That was included.
That was included, the full amount, the
Yes.
full debt payment. Okay. I am still not supportive, and I feel like there's an effort here to say, well, that you're not trusting the experts and the finance directors. I've known 4 finance directors at the city of Reno: Lisa Sato, Andy Green, and Robert Chisel, and Debbie, and they've all been fabulous. Andy Green was so beloved in this organization, but he also, and I still think he had a great career after he left here, but in implementing the council's goals, he took them to a place that was very devastating. And at the end of the day, we have to go in our gut and where our gut is. And my gut is at a spot where an organization that's been through what we went through when we came on in 2011, cash flow problems, if you're going to come into big capital projects, you should go pay-go, particularly in these times when there's a lot of money here that is federal money that could be propping up the rest of the organizations in ways we don't understand, paying for salaries and so on. So these volatile economic conditions, I think, very much talk to prudency of going pay-go on not taking on general obligation debt that can hamstring the obligations that we have on the ongoing operations of the services. And that's why I will continue to not support this obligation at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm ready for the
other
vote, Madam
thing,
Mayor.
Yeah, because we are in discussion, so we did give you more time. And then I just want you to weigh in, because you also have a finance board that comes to you, and you do discuss it with them. So how many eyes do you think looks at these proposals?
So, several. So I have financial advisors, bond counsel, the underwriter, as well as the financial advisory board all took a look at it before we even ran it as a proposal.
Okay. And so I want to thank you for that, because I know you put a lot of time and effort into it. And I also want the public to know that this council has been really responsible, paid down the debt, continues to pay down the debt. Well, last time I checked, it was like 180 million. So
it's probably a little bit more now because we, in December, make a payment.
Okay, so we're going to make another payment. But I want people to know that, because I know that when some of us council members got here, it was pretty challenging times. And all of us, I think, have been really conservative with how we've spent city finances and the process in which we've done. So I want to make sure the public does know that, because it has been our priority. And it's been tough. There's been so many times we've had to say no. And that's really challenging. So I want to say thank you so much, Deborah. Really, really appreciate you. And, you know, none of us have a crystal ball. So, you know, unfortunately, sometimes that's life. But I think having experts like you doing a great job, we're fortunate to have you. So thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Durr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to register my support for this item on a couple of bases. One, I've been on council 7 years. This is starting my 8th year. All we have done is pay down debt. A year ago, we took some midterm obligations to deal with the fire truck, as I recall, and some other short-term type of things. I've been chair of the Debt Management Commission for all of Washoe County that covers 20 agencies. Look at every debt obligation that has been proposed. This is the first one to come to that board because we've been so conservative. All we've been doing is paying down debt. We have an opportunity now because of the work that you've done and your team to be able to move forward on some initiatives that have been stalled for a very long time. I know that you would not be taking this step if you did not feel confident in what you're proposing to us. And with all due respect to my colleague about, you know, mistakes have been made, absolutely. Nobody has a crystal ball for the future. But I think the way that you've proposed this is very thoughtful. And I believe that the financing you've shown is there. And we have extra funds in terms of our budget. As it's over what we expected, and we've always been a conservative group. So I got to commend the council for our actions so far, our conservancy on just pay. We have not done anything that we would have liked to do for the last 7 years, other than one thing for public safety. So I appreciate where we are today, and I'm fully supportive of this motion.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you so much.
And that was for both
Okay.
items.
All right, moving on,
was
Madam
for both
Clerk.
Yeah, so just to clarify, that vote was for items B6 and B7.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I think the next one's B16, Madam Mayor, and 17.
Actually, the next item, sorry, Councilmember Dorr, is item B11.
Oh, B11,
As pulled by
sorry.
Councilmember Breckus.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Could you put up my slide, please? That I sent you last night or this morning? Could you give us a staff report on this for those of us who, well, anyway, we had a little discussion about this at Tumwa yesterday, but could you let us know what we're doing here? Mr. Flansburgh, thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. This item, we had a long discussion a month ago in regards to an agreement with Tumwa over the Advanced Purified Water Project at American Flat. That agreement, that interlocal agreement was approved by this council. Yesterday, it was also approved by the Truckee Meadows Water Authority 5-1. And so the follow-up, as I mentioned a month ago, was that we'd be bringing back a 30% design consultant agreement. This allows us to bring the design up to a level that will help us be more competitive in grants. And with the infrastructure funding out there, it also gives us more information to bring back to you for decisions for future advancement of this project. So that's what we're here today, is just the approval of a consultant agreement with AECOM for getting us to a 30% design on this project.
Thank you. And when we get this project designed, which is a $110 million project, is that what it is?
The current estimate's a little over 100 million.
100 million. And then is the reservoir going to happen?
We don't know if the reservoir is going to happen for sure. We do have two competing projects. This advanced purified water, this first project is our first priority. The next project would be some other effluent management, and we look at the Red Rock Reservoir and the Reno Sparks Indian Colony proposals as competing against each other. Based on the information we currently have, the Red Rock Reservoir is still a very viable option for the city.
Now, I appreciate that the nuance is competing projects, because the first time we had this concept, the Red Rock Reservoir was a medium-term solution, and the water project, the reinjection project, was long-term. And now I'm seeing, at least from a timing perspective, they're on a par. So when will the decision be made, and will it be made through this contract, to go both?
So thank you for the question. The priority at this point actually is the advanced purified water, and it is because of all the good work that's been done by the region to advance that technology that we believe this is the one that's going to be ready the fastest. In fact, we have pretty high confidence, and I think that also shows the high confidence of the region that we have our partners at Truckee Meadows Water Authority with us on this project.
So how are we going to pay for this? And this is my question.
Great question.
I had a briefing a while ago, and I thought you said, and maybe you're getting it, I haven't checked the 3-month calendar, that you're coming in to ask us to go $100 million debt issuance.
So in the second meeting in January, we will bring back a discussion on the connection rates, or connection fees for sewer. We had a workshop. The majority of you were at that workshop in the very end of July of 2020. And in that workshop, we brought different connection fee rates and discussions. We will be bringing that discussion back. We have more information now based on the Tum Wharf facility plan. We want to be able to discuss that with the council. We have more information with these projects. So we have our rate consultant reviewing those, finalizing those rates so that we can bring back and have that discussion with council and then begin the process to make that change.
So all that'll happen before you bring a bond, the first in the steps of bond and taking on sewer debt?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
We're ways down the road for anything
Okay.
like that.
I think my time's up, but I do want to go over some of these questions that I've been asking for several years, but I'm going to put my Sandy soap bottle up there and wait for us to go
Does
around
anyone
again.
else need to chime in on this? No other council members? Go ahead. Councilwoman
Okay,
Breckus.
thank you, Madam Mayor. So these are questions that I've been asking for some time, and now I'm working from this slide. But under the current rate structure, what are the revenues going to be to pay debt? You just confirmed that we are going to pay debt. And what is the financially modeling showing for that repayment of debt? Is it going to go from connection fees or is it going to go from rates? And that's, I don't know, I think you were at Tumwa yesterday where they're very specific on growth pays for growth. And so I love their model. I love the way they're run as a utility. I really hope that these things can be known and understand before you bring debt obligations before us. Now, when you bring this debt obligation before us, you said you're also going to show us what the projections are for Tum Wharf, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I look forward to that. I am at the point where I'm really wanting to know what the sewer shed is. I have my own workup on the sewer shed. But what is the sewer shed for Risworth in what we're building? Is it 4 MGD? Are we sizing for 6? Is it going to take on Washoe County? Is it going to take on Cold Springs? And I want to tell people why this is really important. You know, all of our infrastructure investment wants to advance our regional land use goals and the regional plan, which is really building the most affordable housing where we have services available in a cost-effective manner. And if we're building 6 MGD, 4 MGD out there, and it's going all the way, way up to where Winnemucca Ranch was, or for example, we're probably not advancing the regional plan, and we're probably setting ourselves up for some very costly infrastructure, and maybe not even helping our redevelopment and urban infill goals. And that is a big concern for me, and I think we need to go back and look at what we're building and for what, because we can get the sewer capacity up there, but what are those roads going to look like? And is that going to keep some of the road needs like out in Verdi or Keystone Avenue Bridge, because they're going to have to go out there. So very important. This agreement with the county and Stumworth. They will never pay for any debt for Risworth. Those ratepayers in the south side of Reno who sewer to Stumworth under current agreements. That's an inequity in the rate structure. Do we have an agreement in play? Where are we at on revising the interlocal with Washoe County? That's a question you don't have to answer now. Just want everyone to know that we're going to pay for debt on Risworth and Tumworth expansion, but the South Valley people who sewer goes to county will never pay for that. That's an inequity, and we really want equitable financial outcomes. And And then, we'll hopefully get to the stormwater utility and see how those capital needs are in balance with the sewer, and hopefully that's moving along. And then I won't go into the Vidler because that was more of a Tumwa issue, but it prompted quite a bit of discussion yesterday at Tumwa. Staff has some ideas. They know it's an issue. I'm glad I was able to guide those questions to help them start to answer that. So I'll look forward in January to addressing all of that. But at this point,
Councilwoman Breckus,
oh,
you're 30
thanks.
over.
Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so either
Mayor.
wrap it up really quick, or hold on. Councilwoman Dewar's got comments. Go ahead.
Just a real quick, I want to commend Councilwoman Breckus for bringing up these questions. And I think that we haven't had a workshop on sewer for a long time. And I would like to see that in the future, Mr. Manager. I mean, a work session. These questions are great. It's a lot of work that she's done here. I'd like to get answers myself. We're not stylized for that right now. We're looking at the American Flat project. But I do support getting answers to these questions in an open session where people can understand. But back to the American Flat project. I did support it at Tumwa yesterday. I supported it here last time. Since that time, new information has come up that I want to share with my colleagues. And I've asked the Tumwa staff to research this information. But there was an article, a study prepared by Lawrence Berkeley Labs that basically showed that the climate change effects that we're experiencing are going to have a potential to reduce the Sierra snowpack to low or no snowpack within 25 years. Well, the snowpack is our storage for our water supply. 80% of our water supply, if that's still the correct number, comes from surface water, comes from Lake Tahoe and snowpack runoff down the Truckee. We store it underground, some of it, and we use it directly, some of it. So I've asked Tumwa to see if there are any other studies that confirm this, don't confirm this, maybe have different projections. But that was a rather startling. It's a very well-respected lab. The study was done very well. And it had not occurred to me that we could be looking at no snowpack that quickly. At Tumwa, we've done a tremendous water plan, and it is estimated based on, back-to-back-to-back year droughts, worst-case scenarios, but this might be even a worst-case scenario than expected. And that's why I want to support this more than ever. Because what this project could do is create new water supplies by taking a treated effluent, treating it to A+ or A++, so that it is at drinking water quality, storing it underground so that it does not evaporate, and then it becomes an additive to our water supply situation. We're taking something we threw away before or put on grass, as reclaimed water, and we are turning it into potable water, and we are saving it to use in the future. So thank you for letting me comment, but what I've been reading later points ever more to doing this kind of project. So thank you.
All right, great points, Councilwoman Dewar. Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus?
We'll just let the motion get on the table and then talk during discussion.
I'd like to make a motion. I'll second.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, and I want to appreciate Ms. Dewar's comments. Tumwa always had this on their horizon, but it has been fast-tracked because of Reno's effluent needs. And while this contract isn't a part of, some of the issues that need to get there, I am very afraid that we are getting out ahead of ourselves fiscally, and we will pay the consequences on the other jobs that the system must do. And I base that upon Sparks has their connection fees on an escalator. We have set ours stagnant, and we've had a whole lot of hookups, particularly in the Risworth area. And 2 years ago, Mr. Flansburgh told us if we had ours on the escalator like Sparks, we would have had 14% more higher fees. And that would have been a lot more money of growth paying for this growth. So that's a deficiency right there that I don't know how we're going to catch up. 2 is really understanding where we're going to be left when we pay for all this with the collection system. It was a wake-up call to me that there was not adequate sewer connection capacity 1 block off Virginia Street near the pepper mill about 3 years ago because the collection system wasn't where it needed to be to deal with redevelopment. I am very afraid that this costly expansion, and we're already in $65 million going up to 4MGD, is going to not bankrupt, but allow continued deterioration of the collection system. And so for those reasons, I'm going to continue to not support, because I think the price tag, which we still don't know, is not going to be borne equitably to our ratepayers. And until I have the confidence that we are equitably paying for this and the ratepayers won't be on the hook wherever they live, wherever their sewer goes, I cannot continue to move forward. Thank you.
All right, so I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right.
And thanks to our staff for the great report.
Yes, thank you, Flansburgh, so much, Mr. Flansburgh. Okay, moving along.
Madam Mayor, we continue to item B16 as pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
Yes, and I'd like to combine that with B17 if we could. It's just really a shout out at this point to Megan Berner, to Brad Fitch. He's left us, but between the two of them, they managed to bring, Megan, I know, had to start this entire grant process over. And to come up with analysis of all of these grants with the help of the Arts and Culture Commission support as well. I just wanted to do a shout out to you and to Brad Fitch for bringing this to us, packaging it up. Much of it, I think, Megan, and maybe you could confirm this, is to support these agencies, not necessarily to produce an event per se. Could you just speak to that?
Sure. For the record, Megan Berner, Public Art Program Coordinator. These actually are for specific events and
These
projects.
are?
Yes.
Okay.
B16 and 17.
Okay.
These are the annual arts and culture grants that the commission allocates.
Okay. So thank you for clarifying that. I think I got this confused with the other one, but nevertheless, whether administrative or to provide new events, here we have almost $200,000, going out into our community to support arts and culture activities and events. And I appreciate the work that you guys do. So thank you so much, and I would make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I know Councilman Reese wants to jump in, but I do want to say, Megan, congratulations. I mean, what a tremendous achievement that you have done. This is so incredible. I don't think people realize this is so massive. And also thank you to the NEA because they are wonderful to work with.
That's the next item.
That's the next item.
one. I'm sorry. I thought you said we're, okay. Anyway, just so you know, I'm going to get my comments in first. But you should be so proud. Are you happy?
Yeah. Yes. This is great. It'll have a huge impact.
Okay, good. Anyway, okay. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Berner, I just wanted to say thank you. I am very fortunate to spend a fair amount of time in the various art communities, and they're fairly diverse, very different. Some focused on theater, some focused on ballet, some on sculptural, some on performance pieces. And the interesting thing is, wherever I go, they know you, and they know the work that you're doing. You're an artist in your own right, so I have a piece of your art that hangs in my home. But it's really interesting when I go out into the community and, sometimes people don't know who I am, but they know who you are, which is, I think, how it should be, right? Because of the work that you're doing in connecting all these artists. And over the last 2 years, boy, I just don't know how you do it because it's been incredibly challenging landscape. The pandemic has changed the way that we are able to enjoy art. I know that some of it's coming back and we're thinking about different ways. But through all that, you've been the one constant, right? And so it's not, I don't think it's lightly that I say that without your work, the efforts of this community would not be as beautiful, would not enjoy as many sculptures, would not enjoy the art. And you did that. Not anybody else, but you did that. So thank you for that. And I know it's not easy to accept compliments at times, but since we don't get you in front of us enough, I'll just say again, from all of us, I know that we very much value the work that you're doing. We see you, and I'm just so thankful that all these great, things are happening for all these organizations. And we owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had made a motion
Okay.
to,
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
all right.
All right.
Well, we're not done with you, Megan. I pulled B18 for a couple reasons. One, to the mayor's point, it's incredible that the National Endowment for the Arts, NEA, has blessed us with this grant. I mean, it's the biggest one that, to my knowledge, the city's received. And you wrote it, Megan. You know, you wrote up the grant. I also have to give a shout out to Brad Fitch again, who's not here, because I understand in talking to both of you that by talking together, you decided to up the amount. Originally, maybe it was 250. You ended up at 500, saying that's a doable amount. And I just want to commend you for reaching for the stars. In other words, pushing a little harder and saying we could probably get this instead of like something less, 200,000, 300,000. So I just wanted to call attention to it. It's very significant. Do you have something you'd like to say about how this sub-granting is going to work with this 500,000?
Sure. So this is very similar to the CARES Act funding that we
Right.
received
That was
last
what I was
year
referring to earlier.
from the National Endowment for the Arts. And so it'll be a very similar process. This is actually for operational
To
support.
point, yes.
So it will support staff, salaries, artist contracts, and rent, utilities, those kinds of costs for these organizations, which is huge. They don't usually receive that kind of support through our granting. And we know that they're hurting from the pandemic. And so this will keep people employed and keep them producing for our community and, creating that kind of engagement. We also we'll create an application process very similar to the last time. It will go through a review panel. The NEA has put some sort of reporting requirements on that, so we have to make sure that we check some boxes in the beginning, but we are hoping that we'll have that application ready to go in late January probably, and then have a recommendation from the Arts and Culture Commission to this body on those grants in March.
Great. Madam Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion to approve.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second discussion. Did you, Councilman Breckus? No? Oh, okay.
Ready to press
All
my
right,
button.
again, awesome job, Megan. That is incredible. I don't think people realize, like, this is just so amazing. So, thank you. All right, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Could we break for lunch?
Yes, we are going
that'd be
to, do we have any other consent items? Nope. Okay, so we're going to go into lunch break, and then when we come back, Madam Clerk, please tell the public what item we're going to be at.
All right, Madam Mayor, so items C1 and C2 were removed from this agenda and will be continued to a later date. The public comments related to those will also be included at that next notice meeting. So when we come back from break at 1:30, I would assume, we will be on item D1, so David 1.
All right, perfect. All right, everyone, we will come back in an hour. I hope that's okay.
1:45.
Okay, sounds good. See everyone then.
Madam Vice Mayor. We are ready to reconvene if you are all set. So we will reconvene the meeting at 1:45 with Councilmember Delgado absent at this time, and Mayor Sheevy is absent at this time but is getting on the phone with us. We are moving on to item D1, which is approval of an exclusive or non-exclusive franchise agreement.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We will open item D1. I don't know who's giving the presentation on this one. D1. Good afternoon.
It is not on. Give us just a second. And Madam Vice Mayor, just for the record, we did receive two written comments in support of this item that have been distributed to council.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon. Suzanne Groneman, Sustainability Program Manager for the record. Also here today to present is Robert Singleton of Bird. I'll kick us off. Robert will present as to Bird's management, technology, and ability to work within our required boundary, and then I'll wrap up. Robert and I can collectively answer questions at the end of the presentation. I'm here before you today to seek approval of a franchise agreement to operate a system of dockless electric scooters. Under our current ordinance governing this process, the City Council may award an exclusive or non-exclusive agreement to Bird. The proposed franchise agreement covers a limited boundary, a fleet of 500 to 1,000 scooters, and is for a term of 3 years. In 2019, the City Council adopted the city's first sustainability plan. Priority number 4 under this plan sets forth a commitment to reduce emissions through expansion of micromobility alternatives, as well as engage our residents in a campaign to reduce vehicle emissions. This also aligns with the council priority regarding climate change and environmental sustainability. Oops, it's not forwarding. I don't have the, oh, wait, there it is. I believe what you will hear today will demonstrate how this alternative mode of transportation will assist with trip reductions in the downtown and midtown areas, as well as engage our community under such an effort. E-scooters are showing up in cities across the United States as an alternative to personal car or hail vehicles. In a survey of select U.S. cities, it was found that 45% of people surveyed would have used a car if an e-scooter was not available. As you know, we've been down this road before. The city of Reno experienced, like other cities, acts of vandalism, a less than gracious exit by our vendor, and a lack of vendor and rider accountability. At the February 12th, 2020 meeting, council expressed concerns regarding safety, connectivity, and mitigating issues experienced previously, including litter. Council also asked for more research into scooter operations in other cities. We took your concerns seriously. Months prior to engaging with Bird, we convened a local working group consisting of RTC, Washoe County, UNR, Carson City, and the City of Sparks to discuss the future of micromobility share programs in this region. We also designed rules based on previous experiences. We also researched vendors and programs in other cities. Finally, the group reviewed the franchise agreement template drafted by the City of Reno and provided their feedback. We also felt this would be more successful if our regional partners were engaged in this entire process. So how did we get here with Bird? First, in December 2019, Council approved 2 ordinances. One stated that bike laws shall apply to e-scooters. The second required an exclusive or non-exclusive franchise agreement to operate in the city. Bird applied for a business license to operate in the City of Reno this past summer. In accordance with our ordinance, The city then provided to Bird our new e-scooter share program rules under a proposed franchise agreement with the caveat that they had very specific requirements to meet. These included rider and contractor accountability, a simple termination by either party, a parking siting plan, ability to work within a limited boundary, marked and geo-fenced parking options, education regarding the environment and safety, and the ability to change, increase, or reduce the fleet based on special circumstances like large events. Bird further committed to a fleet manager program, slow and no ride zones, and an age restriction. I'm going to turn it over now to Robert Singleton of Bird to present.
Thank you very much. Suzanne, you did fantastic.
Great. Thanks, Suzanne. Fellow Reno City Council, it is a pleasure to be able to speak with you today about potentially offering service here in Reno. So tell you a little bit about our company first and foremost. So Bird, we are a true micromobility company founded in 2017. And our goal is to make cities more livable by reducing the need for use for automobile traffic and ride-hailing service, by promoting clean air, and by helping to link with transit agencies to cover the last mile problem. So our story, we were founded in 2017 in Santa Monica with around 50 scooters that we just kind of got off the shelf and decided as a proof of concept, hey, will this actually work and will people ride these? Since then, it's been 4.5 wonderful years. We are now in five continents, 350 cities, 25 countries, and we've now facilitated over 100 million rides on our vehicles. And in that time, we've also become a publicly traded company. So we've just gone through that process last month. Through this process, we've learned a lot, both from the technology standpoint, and we now design all of our own vehicles in-house. And our design team has talent from SpaceX and Tesla and other companies that have proven design prowess, both for safety and for functionality. We also recently launched the Bird Bike this past summer. We've also learned a lot operationally about how we can make this program better, how we can address the needs of the communities we work in, and to make sure that we can offer the best possible ride experience available and ultimately reduce car traffic. So how it works, it's pretty simple. You can download the Bird app. You sign a user agreement, verify your age. You have to usually upload a copy of your driver's license or some other form of accepted government ID. You add a payment method. You complete some educational tutorials around where to ride, where not to ride, where to park, where not to park, and then you're off and you can take flight. So pricing, we offer a $1 unlock fee and then a per minute fee after that. Average ride is around 1.4 miles that we're seeing now, roughly $7 a ride. However, we also offer a plethora of equitable pricing options. So we have community pricing, which is a 50% discount for anyone who's on any form of government assistance or can prove low income. We have monthly passes that we can award and work with like universities or community colleges. We do integrate with existing transportation systems. And if you have, a transportation demand management program where you can work with like downtown commuters as an example. And then we also have cashless payment options and text to ride options. So there's really, the whole point is to make these as accessible as possible to people, and price shouldn't be a barrier to entry. What also makes us very unique is that we are locally run operations. So Bird has shifted to a fleet manager program. And what this means is that we will work with local Reno residents and contract with them to do everything from maintaining, deployment, to repairing the scooters. It's because of these local folks being under contract with Bird that we're able to leverage their local knowledge, align incentives. So the way it works is that we license them a fleet of scooters and they share in the revenue. So they are very much incentivized to want to make sure the scooters are in the places where they should be, they're parked appropriately, that they're out of the public right-of-way, and that we can respond to issues around compliance much quicker because we have a local team that will always be ready to act. So how it works is we still partner and we're still the main point of contact with cities. And we work with these local entrepreneurs as well as existing companies. A great example is like an existing logistics company will oftentimes want to augment their revenue by managing a small fleet of scooters. And they can scale up the number of vehicles they have based upon key performance indicators. But we still manage and vet all these folks. And they'll also have to have an individual business license here with the city of Reno. So they will be essentially all individual businesses that we are contracting with and then overseeing to manage the fleet. Like I said, just a little bit more about that. They're chiefly responsible for deploying, rebalancing, cleaning, maintaining, and supporting. And then I'm your point of contact for policy decisions and amending the program. And then we also have a general manager who's going to be the one overseeing the day-to-day operations. Her name is Maria La Posada, and she's really excited about this opportunity. The way it's managed on the back end is that we have an AI. So the Bird AI provides recommendations about and restrictions about how and where you can deploy vehicles. So fleet managers are given a heat map that says like, can we expect if there's a certain bus route or a headway, or if there's a class getting out at the university at this time. We see that over time with the data, and the Bird's back-end artificial intelligence makes recommendations about how and where the fleet managers can optimize their revenue. It also helps us respond instantly to problems where a scooter is where it shouldn't be, parking issues, repair issues, and just make it a much more seamless and easy to manage system. And we'll also provide a data dashboard to the city so that you can look and see real time where all the scooters are in the entire city in the service area, how they're performing, see individual stats and all of that. So I know that parking is an extreme concern, and based upon prior experience, we want to make sure that we're providing an effective plan to help facilitate effective parking and safe parking. So we, in addition to having the slow and no ride zones and the no parking zones, we've also looked at different parts of the city and kind of the infrastructure needs. We've broken the city into 4 main areas and are designing our parking system with staff to kind of make sure that we're facilitating whether we need virtual docking spaces, which we can change, whether we need to have preferred parking zones where the user gets kind of an incentive for good behavior, or as well as physical corrals. And we also make sure that we have a photo record of every time someone parks a scooter, they have to take a picture of where they parked it so that we can manage compliance that way and make sure that we're rewarding users for good behavior and punishing them for bad behavior. So here's just some basic parking solutions that we can go over. And again, these are going to be decisions that we make with staff about where's appropriate and kind of what serves our needs in a given area. So we can do dedicated stalls. We can do infrastructure, like simple as having a mat on the ground, or having a parking space that we can convert to scooter parking, or just having other kinds of signage. We also have virtual docking solutions. Like I said, we can draw these at will, and these require, the users will get feedback on both the scooter and on their phone about where they can park appropriately. And again, our GPS technology is accurate now to within sub 1 meter, so it's a pretty accurate. And because of the way in which we manage the scooters and the onboard technology, we can cut back on GPS drift. So things like where it's reflecting off a building or something like that. Because of the technology on board the scooters, it makes it much more accurate. And then, like I said, we have folks taking pictures of where they're parking and their surrounding areas to make sure that they're in the right spot. The GeoZone technology, we offer things like slow zones, no ride zones, no park zones. We can slow these down, depending on whatever kind of you'd like, whether it's like a walking pace at 4 miles per hour, or if you're a special event area or on the Riverwalk for example, we can have specific zones that kind of make sure that we're having people behave effectively in the areas where they should be. And the way this works with our technology is you might see in other operators it takes a little bit, and there's GPS drift and there's also delay when you're entering in and out of these zones. But because of the way that we design our scooters, we actually download the city data, so the individual geozones, onto the Bird's localized brain. So it doesn't have to ping the cloud every single time if it wants to get an updated location measure. It's actually built right into the scooter. So what is it? Well, if we, when we make sure that the program is run effectively, here's some of the impacts you can expect. So 63% of rides directly connect to spending at local businesses. And a recent Emory study released just this summer found that for every scooter, every individual scooter over a 6-month period of time, it generated $900 in additional spending to local businesses during the peak season. So. And then our fleet managers, they're making good money, and we're providing real job opportunities for local Reno residents to have an impact. So our average take-home pay for our fleet managers last year was $70,000. And then these scooters are not just recreational vehicles too. They're meaningful last-mile transit opportunities. Roughly 26% of all the trips taken last year connected to some form of employment activity. So the people are using these to commute to and from their jobs. So here are the scooter that we're proposing to bring. This is the Bird 3. We cannot be more proud of the technological advancements that we've made just in our short, less than 5 years old as a company. So there's so many different safety features built into this vehicle. It will take a long time to go over them, but some of the highlights are we have weather-resistant puncture-proof tires that self-seal if anything happens to them. We've got autonomous emergency braking built into the scooter. So if that, for whatever reason, if the brakes are not responding, there's a built-in sensor that will automatically slow the scooter down to a safe stop. We also have things like skid detection, which will give the rider alerts if they're perhaps driving recklessly. That's built in, and we monitor that, and can also if we can sense that someone's not riding safely, we can give them warnings and also eventually give them penalties and fines if that's something we see on our end. We have both a front and rear brake, a disc and a drum to try and maximize different types of braking and friction and create redundancy. This scooter can go 35 miles on a single charge, and the charge lasts and can be out without any activity or any rides for multiple days, so we don't need to actually bring it in every night to recharge. So we're cutting down on VMT that way for management. It also has front and rear mounted LED lights, and they're emphasized when braking, so just like a car. And again, we've taken these scooters through extensive testing. So not only all different kinds of surfaces, but we also do weather testing. So they're tested up to 176 degrees Fahrenheit for over 24 hours, as well as -40. They're also completely waterproof, and the battery inside is self-sealed. So we're trying to reduce pollution and make sure that it's a really difficult vehicle to essentially anti-theft, right? So it is a sealed-in battery. Oops. So another thing we really want to cover is safety. So what we found through, again, 4 years of operations now in over 350 cities is that scooters are largely very, very safe, and they're basically analogous to bikes in terms of the safety, both in the injury rates and in the thing that prevents people from wanting to ride scooters more is infrastructure and feeling safe. So it's been a priority for our vehicles. And in addition to only the weatherproofing and some of the technological stuff that we have on the scooter, we also do extensive education. We're constantly surveying riders, and we're also using data to help inform our other decisions, such as providing data about where people are riding so that we can improve infrastructure. We also do things, in addition to education, we do things like discounts for taking a helmet selfie, as we call it. We go into our communities, and I think in a franchise agreement, we committed to twice quarterly outreach events where I will personally be coming and giving away helmets to anyone and everyone who wants them, hopefully in partnership with a lot of community organizations. And then we also do, safety tracks and things like that. So we are trying to make sure that we're doing active education. And in our app, you can actually request a helmet be delivered directly to your door. All you have to do is pay shipping and handling. So we are trying to make sure that we're encouraging helmet use as much as possible. Here's the service area that we're proposing for Reno. Some of the major considerations that went into it were, reducing the impact of scooters on neighborhoods and making sure that they're in the kind of the primary service area and core area that we expect them to be ridden. Proximity to anchor establishments like the convention center and the casino corridor, and then creates meaningful access for UNR students in and around the university. Not sure if it's frozen or... I've got one more slide, don't worry. All right, so, The goal here is really to develop a partnership, and this is phase one. We want to make sure that we're providing alternatives for people to not have to use cars or ride-hailing services. We want to make sure that we're sharing data and being an equitable partner there so that we can help make informed decisions about the future of the program. We want to help make it so that we're better linking with local transit options, so making sure that we really are addressing the last mile issue, and that, it's all about providing equity as well. So we want to make sure that we have, equity distributions into proper zones of the city. We want to make sure that price isn't a barrier to being on the ride, and that people have an alternative, a meaningful alternative to automobiles. So thanks, and I'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I believe you told me public comment. Oh, we have more.
There's actually, yep, I'm going to jump in. There's 3 more slides to wrap up real quick.
Welcome back.
About that. So under the proposed franchise agreement, as stated, there's 2 options should this council choose to approve an agreement today. Both options have their benefits. Under a multiple vendor option, which would be a non-exclusive agreement, that enables the market to dictate demand. It encourages competition, and the city is less susceptible to a market exit. Under a single vendor or exclusive agreement, there's a closer working relationship with the vendor. The vendor can respond quickly to requests. There's control over rebalancing efforts, and there's only one smartphone application for users. Under a proposed franchise agreement, the estimated fees, and this is based on a fleet of 700, which is midpoint to the contracted amount. The fees to the city are also different under each option. These fees are based on previous miles traveled and some data from Bird. So there would be $7,000 in one-time registration fees. That's $10 per scooter. Approximately $48,500 in annual franchise fees based on 15 cents per mile. That's under a non-exclusive agreement. Under an exclusive agreement, it's $14,000 in one-time registration fees, which is $20 per scooter. $80,833 in annual franchise fees based on 25 cents per mile. So given the limited boundary and ease of operations, staff recommends an exclusive franchise agreement with Bird. There was an amendment to the agreement clause regarding business licenses for fleet managers. So any motion to approve would need to include the agreement and amendment regarding business licenses. Thank you for your time, and Robert and I can answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go to Councilwoman Dewar, followed by Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Suzanne. I think I have to commend you because we had a preliminary discussion up here and we have the experience with Lyme. And it looks like you've addressed a lot of the issues that we brought up here. So thank you for doing that. I have 2 questions and a 3rd comment. One is about the helmets. So when I read the document, it said that helmets were not required. And let me just ask, and then we just heard that you could acquire a helmet just for the cost of shipping. So there would have to be a program about that. But first of all, my question is, why are helmets not required? Could you answer that?
Yes. So the ordinance that was passed previously aligns with the state law regarding bikes.
Yeah.
And so our ordinance aligns with the bike laws, and helmets are not required under our local bike ordinance.
Statewide.
Correct.
Have other jurisdictions adopted helmets, do you know, or?
That I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it would be good to have helmets because these do go generally faster than bikes and they're in, traffic. And I think people feel somewhat immune. When I'm on a bike, I feel very exposed, right? And that's why I've been supportive of these bike lanes. But I have a feeling, I read in the staff report about in one community, they were allowed to go on sidewalks and then they were disallowed to go on sidewalks. And I definitely don't think we should allow them on sidewalks. Do you know what we do there? It didn't say
yes,
about us.
They're not, just like bikes, they cannot be ridden on the sidewalk.
And then one question I had was about carrying packages. So all the pictures, nobody's carrying anything. But I feel like you're going shopping, presumably, maybe you're going to a restaurant, but you're going shopping, maybe, is the expectation you have a backpack versus there's nothing on the scooter that would enable you to carry anything. So tell us about that.
I'm going to defer to Robert on that one to talk about what he's seen in other markets.
Okay. And then later, if we run out of time, I'm going to have a question about this exclusive, non-exclusive thing.
Great, yeah, in regards to the carrying things, I mean, yes, it's primarily meant for short trips, but, I carry a backpack when I'm commuting around, and I buy my coffee in that and go grocery shopping. So yeah, carrying a backpack definitely can help meet those needs. But, you know, it is meant to be just an easy accessible vehicle, so.
Yeah, a lot of times bikes, they either have a basket up front or side panniers on the side or some kind of pack that's attached to the thing. Have you guys talked about that at all? Has it come up before?
Yeah, we've piloted baskets and other similar things, and even some minor towing things in some cities. We found is that they don't get utilized as much as you would think, and that the basket in front also affects the steering of the vehicle.
Yeah.
So that's why it's kind of a safety thing. 'Cause you
Right,
don't have
so
anything attached.
backpack. So that would maybe be part of your outreach program, is to have people know that if you're coming to rent one of these, make sure you bring your backpack, kind of, I tell you.
We actually do give away the string backpacks.
Oh, you do?
That we do at our outreach events. So.
That's cool. All right, well, my time's up, so I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Member Dewar. Council Member Breckus.
Thank you. Great presentations. I support a scooter franchise agreement at this point in time, but I want to do it right, and I don't feel in a hurry. I presume there is some seasonality to this. And I guess the exclusive versus the non-exclusive, I appreciate that comparison. But the case studies that you referenced, of all the case studies, so they must be significant ones, did not show exclusive cities with exclusive agreements. My concept of franchise agreement, and I think it's consistent with our practice at the City of Reno, is we grant exclusive franchises, and we only recently did one for commercial garbage in the last 10 years, is when there's a big outlay and investment in hard costs to get the service going. Even with your great new technology and all your GPS, I don't see it at that level. And frankly, because there's been problems with the industry and actors, I like the evenness of a competitive model of two franchises. Maybe one will never walk in the door. Maybe they'll say, Reno, you're too tiny. We're going to let Bird have it. But I like that notion, but then that gets into other issues about numbers, which is another concern I have. So, but you are firm on going with the exclusive for those reasons.
Correct. Suzanne Groneman for the record. So given this small boundary, the most we would even want to consider would be one or two anyway. And for ease of operations, and especially given what we faced in the past, I think taking care of any issues we do face is much easier for our staff to work with one company.
And I appreciate that. But when you said the small boundary, does the franchise agreement mean that no one else can come in up to Stead? Another provider can't come into Stead and say, I see a market, I want to make a go at it up in Stead.
So technically, given that this franchise agreement covers just this boundary, that would be correct. Another vendor could come into another area of the city.
Okay, thank you for that. And then these fleet managers, because it sounds almost like franchisees, are they bound to having requirements for their safety and their operations of their vehicles, where they park? We won't see them in loading zones.
No, they're all bound by the same service agreement that we have with the city. So the fleet managers are held to a really high standard, and we're tracking essentially all of their operations, their deployment schedules, their repairs and everything. So we hold them pretty accountable, and they're all held to the same standard.
Okay, under our rules, we give ourselves only 3 minutes of go between when we have questions, and obviously this is a big issue, so we're going to have to go around again. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ms. Groneman, thank you for the presentation and for Bird being here today. I will say a couple of things. First is I appreciate the focus on the micromobility and climate impacts to the decisions we are undertaking, because I do think that it's easy to get lost in these are fun and oh, how cool to ride around on them. But the truth is they're much more impactful than that. I have been a big proponent of the scooters. I was a proponent of the bike share programs as well. I think both had a function. I can say that I'm guessing that I have been the person on the body who's ridden these the most, because I've ridden them in a number of US cities and internationally. And quite frankly, Bird is the best made scooter. And I obviously am not a paid spokesperson. I don't have any connection to Bird, but I have ridden on the other scooters. And so if I am given the choice, when I'm in a community and I see the different ones as I walk about my way, I'm looking for a Bird scooter because I just think they're more robustly built and they seem to have a bit better battery. And so all those things. So for my part, yes, I'm an enthusiastic supporter. I think it's long since been time that we had a bike share, in this case, scooter share program here locally. I think you've taken the time that was necessary to bring it to us. I think it's been, a bit delayed because of the pandemic and some other things happening, and also within your industry, because I do read a fair amount about it. And while some folks are getting out of the industry, Bird is sort of doubling down and making financial commitments to being involved in the industry. So I'm supportive of the agenda item as you presented it, and also of Bird being the exclusive franchisee here locally. Some of the other questions that are truly ones that people would ask about safety, I think you've addressed those as best you can. I don't think we can, force people to ride, wear helmets if they're not going to, or whether they have backpacks or want scooter, places for their coffee. It's just the reality of the situation is we won't have an enforcement mechanism in those issues anyways. So it is about educating the public, because there's a period of time when the things first come online in which the public, including drivers, have to know that now they're going to be sharing the roads with bikes, people walking, scooters, all those things. And I think we can do that. So thank you for the robust presentation. I'm interested to hear my colleagues' thoughts. I also think the map that you presented was a good one in terms of where you've seen it going. Obviously, I'd hope that the university might be a bit more amenable to us, cozying up right to them, but I understand they have a different concern, and so the area on the university that's kind of carved out of that makes sense. I think it's pretty unlikely that any other competitors are going to try to get into the market or make a go of it in other places. It's just not going to happen. So talking about things that we think could happen but aren't really going to happen is not a good way to make policy. So I appreciate the time you put into it, and I'll look forward to seeing where the policy decides.
Thank you very much. Member Weber.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy that you're here and the explanations that you're giving and all the work that's been done. I personally, out instead, own a bunch of scooters. And they're antiquated now, but I now have 2 new ones. And so, in that area, I don't think it's going to be so touristy, and that would be that sort of thing. But they work great, and I have baskets on mine. You put bicycle baskets, and it works. It works. So it works great for campaigning as well. And it does. People are excited about it. So anyway, I'm really excited about this. We need it here in Reno, and look forward to being supportive of this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll chime in now, and I'm sure if you've done any research on me, you're going to know that I'm not a particular fan of the scooters, and not to have to do with Bird. We just had a very, very bad experience, as you all well know, the horror stories. I don't need to go into the gory details. My concerns are twofold. They're from my role here as a council member, but also as my role as the chair of the RTC. You talked about that last mile, and the research that the transit agency has done with regards to this is that while e-bikes are beneficial in that last mile, scooters are not. So if we should move forward today, I would certainly want some more information as it relates how the scooters are beneficial in that last mile from all the bus transit stops. I guess my question is, as if we were to move forward today, and it's sounding like there might be some support to do that, is there an intention that you would be meeting with and getting the feedback from, for our consideration, the Downtown Reno Partnership, the Midtown District business owners, the Bicycle Alliance groups, the ADA folks? Is that what today's intention is to give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And I'm saying this partly, I know the staff report, I just want to get this on the record that what we're doing today is precisely what?
Suzanne Groneman for the record. So today you would be approving a exclusive or non-exclusive or not approving either. And those groups that you mentioned were engaged through our process prior to engaging with BIRD, the Downtown Reno Partnership and the Riverwalk Merchants Board, as well as the Bike Alliance were all.
And the Midtown business owners?
That one I don't specifically recall.
Okay, and the reason I call them out specifically is because through a good portion of Midtown, there is not a bike lane. So my understanding is the Bird scooters would share the bike lane, correct? There isn't one there, which leads me to believe in these new wide, newly constructed sidewalks, that's a natural place where the scooters would go. I'm trying to understand how those business owners and residents will react to this. And second, are we close to the technology that will return the scooter to its stall on its own? I mean, I have to imagine, given, you think it's crazy, but given robotics and AI, all those things, are we getting any closer to them returning themselves to the rightful place on their own?
So really quickly on the business question, we have joined the Chamber of Commerce and have been working with the Bicycle Alliance on that. For the sidewalk riding, our geofence now is accurate enough to where we can actually prevent sidewalk riding by just geofencing it off and saying that if you go on the sidewalk, we'll slow you down to 4 miles an hour and you'll be going the same pace as a walking pace, or just not at all. We can slow you down completely. In terms of them returning to their stalls on their own, we're not quite there yet, but we are exploring the idea. That is certainly something we're looking at. But yeah, we're just not there yet.
You're not quite there. Come on, there's robotic dogs that are doing flips. Come on.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm going to go back. I don't know if we're going the round again. Okay. Councilmember Breckus, followed by Councilwoman Weber, or have you already spoken? Or you want to speak again? I'm going off of the.
I don't think they're clearing them
Those
off.
aren't working.
Okay. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. And, on those questions, and I'll disclose, I think I'm the only council member who lives in that jurisdiction, in that boundary. So I'll be seeing him in my neighbor's neighborhood. And that's great. I wish there was a market to have them out instead in everyone. And we have work to do in our land use strategies to make those neighborhoods a place where there are these mobility options. That is the great work ahead of us. But I do have a little concern on you can't corral them. So they're out in front of, one of my neighbors' parkways where they mow the lawn and their lawnmower, and they're right there. And they're going to end up, in their garbage or thrown in the river. I mean, I see this, and I'm surprised that you can't corral them and have certain docking spots. And along with our blind advocates who came here today, they're very afraid of those obstructions too. And the geofencing on the sidewalks, I think I go either way, but I would like to go a little deeper onto that. There's a lot of ability for staff to work things out with BIRD, correct? Those details I just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
And, I would like to engage our public because it is very geographic, probably to the nabs, but I'm just a little hesitant at this point on making it, go do it staff for that littering in the right-of-way considerations. I think I can go with the exclusive based upon what I've heard, and like I said, I'm not on a hurry, but I want to ask you about the franchise agreements, because we have a salary or a fee schedule, and it sounded like those are just the franchise values that BIRD said they would pay. I mean, how did you benchmark those to other cities?
So yes, we didn't have existing franchise fees because we didn't have a franchise agreement previous. So those were negotiated fees, and those were based on fees that BIRD pays in other cities.
Okay, I didn't get that. Anyway, this delegation and where they're corralled and the sidewalk use is something that is of concern. And then I want to ask about the numbers and how many, because it goes up to 700.
So Suzanne Groneman, for the record, the range is 500 to 1,000, and we did that because when we got into the question of removing vehicles for like special events, for example, can we do that if we have a set number? And so we had a range so that in the winter we would have fewer, maybe in the summer there's more, when there's special events we would have fewer, so that we could do that scale up, scale down.
I think I can accept that because they're not going to leave inventory out there to, lose an asset. But it's the other issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Delgado, followed by, I think we're back on our second round, which I'll go to Councilmember Dewar after Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues that asked several of my questions. Just to recap, during the process, do we imagine that we'd be able to sit down, being that it's new, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months from now, saying, there's some cleanup, some amendments to the current contract, and we're open and amenable to that, so it's not a hard, we signed a contract, that's it, we can't see it again?
Yeah.
So there's the flexibility in there. I just want to make sure we put on the public record. There's some flexibility that if we roll this out 3 months from now, this is going sideways, we'll sit down and we're looking at you as the contractor saying we'll do that, because that was something that was clearly an issue in the past. The other one too is I appreciate the new map. This map was different than what was proposed to me when we first met, and I appreciate you now taking in consideration some of the neighboring communities that weren't part of the original map. That was important to me, especially to a lot of as much as I'm on RTC, our public service isn't the best. And so this is definitely an opportunity to provide some additional services for many of our community members. If they get creative, have backpacks or so forth, they can actually go and find some access to other services. And we have plenty of food deserts in our community. And so hopefully that would also be a piece of that. Talk to me really quick with respect to the age limits. I think you guys said there were age limits, correct?
Correct. I'm going to turn it over to Robert to answer that question.
Yeah, we require just 18 years and older, mainly because it's a liability issue. We don't
Are there opportunities for parents to sign off on some of those? Because one of the things that I saw that were huge, where I saw many kids using the bikes to get to school. And so just seeing if that was, and I get the liability pieces, but is there opportunities for parents to sign off if they're willing to take that liability on themselves?
Not presently, but we are looking kind of at the regulatory landscape right now. It varies state by state because oftentimes, for California, you can go to under 16 for using an e-bike for shared programs. I'm not sure if that's the case here in Nevada. But so we're just trying to provide a consistent market experience in every territory that we offer in. So at this point, there's not mechanisms to do that, but we are looking. I mean, we would like to be able to serve people younger, but just right now there isn't either the regulatory foundation for that, or we just don't have the willingness to take on that liability at this moment. So we're willing to explore it, though.
It sounds like you're highly willing to explore it, right? So I appreciate if you could definitely do that. I think it's going to, again, it was great to see that being an option for many of our kids in our neighborhoods to get to. Especially if they're crossing 6-lane, very highly dense trafficked areas. And I'll circle back on discussion for 1 minute, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dewar. So my comment next was about this exclusive, non-exclusive. My gut feeling when I read this before we came here today was to go with a non-exclusive. And I just feel like we are an emerging market. If there's an opportunity to do something that's not a monopoly or exclusive, we have multiple cable companies, we have some other franchise types, not for waste management, not for energy, but, I think this is something that does lend itself. So, but I could be persuaded either way. It's not something I'm locked into. So that leads to my next question, which is about the term of this contract. Could you go over that?
Do you mean the length of?
Yes.
Yes, it's a 3-year agreement.
Okay. So to my colleague's point about the check-ins, I'm glad it's 3 and not 5, because what we found is there's usually this shakeout period, and we need to have conversations about things. And I was worried about getting too locked in to one and also doing an exclusive and not have an opportunity for competition and not have an opportunity if the relationship isn't working. It may be that you have the greatest company ever and that the couple of, you said on-site managers or franchise managers, whatever the term was, just aren't working out. You know, maybe leaves a bad taste that one year. We've all had the experience where some people just don't work out. So thoughts on that, this kind of check-in process, and how do we fix stuff?
I'm going to turn it over to Robert to speak about the fleet manager program.
Yeah, so from the fleet manager perspective, yeah, we will dismiss fleet managers who are not complying and not meeting their key performance indicators. And we've operated this program now for 2 years, again, on over 300 markets with the fleet manager program. So we have a pretty good idea of what to expect from a data perspective and based upon the unit economics of the given market we're in and the fees we're paying and all those things, we have a pretty good sense that if they perform effectively, that they not only will they make a good amount of money, but there'll be enough to go around, and that operations can be effectively managed. I forget the second part of your.
Well, it was just about the exclusive. We were talking, I'm thinking Lyft and Uber and other ride shares. We're not just saying only Uber can come in here, those kind of things. And I wonder about the competition process.
Yeah, and this is where I really want to emphasize the partnership aspect of it. By engaging in an exclusive agreement, we are very much committed to wanting to run the best program possible and work with the city every step of the way. So not only designing the parking plan and the siding plan, but making sure that we're sharing data and that we're helping to make informed decisions about what parts of the program are working and aren't, and changing those in accordance with what you guys would like.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. I know the mayor has been with us this whole time online. Madam Mayor, did you have questions and comments?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay. All right, thank you so much. And I will be back shortly, actually. So I wanted to ask a couple things because I don't know, because I was going in and out of range, if the issue of accessibility, and then Dora came to council today and said it very eloquently about working with our Access Advisory Board and to those with disabilities, because we did see a challenge with Lime Bike. So can we speak to that, and also having, I think someone else brought it up about having a public meeting of pulling in those businesses and our cyclists and people in the community, but definitely, can you speak to the accessibility for our disabled community?
Sure. Suzanne Groneman for the record. So that was an important part to us as well before engaging with Bird. These aren't, I think this morning, it was commented about the bike litter. And so we took that seriously, and riding is not allowed on the sidewalk. And then the parking, and I'll let Robert speak to this, how they enforce it, but the parking, if somebody does not park where it's either geo-fenced or there's signage or there's a corral, they continue to be charged for that scooter. So there's incentives for them to not put them where we don't allow them. But we will also, I've been taking notes, and we'll reach out to those additional groups that were mentioned to make sure that as we go through the process of enforcing the parking siting plan, that we're taking all that into consideration.
Okay. And I think Councilwoman Darden brings up such a good point in Midtown. The cities that I've been in, they are all over the sidewalks. And so is that another sort of issue that we have to work with our police department on, or how is that going to work?
I'm going to let Robert talk about how they handle the sidewalk riding in other cities. But yes, if somebody was in violation, if an individual is in violation, it would be enforced in the same way that I think a bike would be enforced. I might let Brian speak to that one as well, but I'm going to first turn it over to Robert.
Yeah, so sidewalk riding, we can do a variety of things, from not only geofencing the sidewalk so that it'll automatically slow your scooter down to a stop if you're on the sidewalk, as well as, providing rider education, like we actually have it shows a scooter on a sidewalk and it has a big X through it displayed on the top of your scooter and sends you a ping on your phone. We can also, we can we can enforce this by both seeing the actual geodata that we have, and then also there's a mechanism in our app called Community Mode, which even if you're not a scooter rider, as long as you have the Bird app, you can still report if there's bad behavior from another rider that you see. So you can report that, and again, you don't need to have any payment information or be a rider or sign up for anything like that. You can just use the app to report someone who's misbehaving, whether it's double riding, sidewalk riding, misplacing the scooter. By using community mode, we can, and telling us the exact date and time when you saw it, we can pretty much figure out who was riding a scooter and the user associated with it and take action accordingly. And this could be penalties, fines, et cetera, as well as relaying the information to local law enforcement agencies.
Okay. And then do you have sort of a rollout where you educate the community on this? What does that look like?
Absolutely. And like I said, we committed in the franchise agreement to doing twice quarterly outreach events where I will personally be coming out, hopefully working with some of those wonderful community organizations you mentioned that we need to do outreach to, the Bicycle Alliance, the Chamber of Commerce, to do rider education. And as well as, I'd love to work with the local metro, maybe UNR if they are open to it, to do effective rider education about where and when to ride and not ride, and also where to park.
Okay, great. And the exclusivity situation, I've seen that work both ways, particularly with Lime. We only had obviously one provider, and there was a lot of miscommunication, and a lot of people liked the service, but then at the same time, we didn't have a lot of cooperation. Had we have had, another provider, we might have had a different experience. So, that one is a little bit sticky for me. So, that's my only concern about just having one provider. But then I see on the other side, if you're a good community provider, then we have less issues. So, but it can work both ways because we did see that with Lyme. So that was the other concern that I had.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We're going to go around. Have we already done 2 rounds, Madam Clerk? Okay. This is my second round. I am still hesitant. And I think what would lead me to be less hesitant is to have this public forum meeting or public meetings with different stakeholder groups at your time and your expense. And I'm looking at Bird, not City of Reno's time, City of Reno's expense, to gather some of that information. Because I hear very mixed messages out on the street. So I would like to understand that. And bringing those details back to this body. I'm in favor if we move forward at some point with the exclusive agreement, because I understand, my understanding is if you don't have an exclusive agreement, it allows anybody to come in and just drop their scooters, or is that not correct?
Suzanne Groneman for the record, that's incorrect because of our ordinance that states they have to have a franchise agreement.
Okay, but I understand the control of it with one is easier than multiple. Okay, I understand that. And I just feel like there's still a few more things to massage out. Certainly the details about not only having these check-in meetings, but having very clear language as it relates to if things are not going well, not only can we have a meeting to discuss them, but we have the ability to say, you have to get them off the street and you have X number of hours to do it. Because sadly, we have touched the stove and it wasn't a good experience. And I think we just have to work through those. And I'm hopeful that we can. As I sit here today, I'm not comfortable what appears to be a up or down sort of decision before some of these other public meetings. So I'm just a little hesitant. I'm going to go to Council Member. Madam Mayor, you're on the line. Did we want to authorize maybe a third round on this item, or do we want to go to some motion?
I don't know what the body, I'm just walking in now, but if everyone's had their questions answered.
I don't know if Councilmember Reese has gone twice yet. Oh, he has not. Let's go to Councilmember Reese, and then I think I hear you walking in.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I would be prepared to make a motion at the appropriate time. I guess I appreciate my colleagues' concerns and hesitancy. My only sort of reluctance to endorse that is to say, the experience we had with Lime Bike, I don't think should determine our decision here today. Lime Bike was a unique operator, I think, and if you studied their business model, they weren't really a provider of bikes. They were like a big, massive, in my opinion, sort of multi-level marketing scheme. I don't know how to say it, and I'm not trying to disparage Lime. They exist in other communities still, but their interest was not so much in the promoting of the thing in the early days as sometimes early operators were. They were just trying to get their Series A funding lined up. And so as fast as they could get the funding in the door, they were moving, right? And the industry has changed a lot, I would think. The industry has changed for the better. It has certainly figured out many of the issues. And, you know, Reno is kind of behind in my esteem in this area. Every community I've been to in the country in the last couple of years that is over about, you know, 300,000 or 400,000 people has some kind of a micro mobility solution, right? So I was in DC this week. There are a number of them. It's a much different environment. You know, San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Dallas. I think I rode them in Dallas with Councilmember Weber, or in San Antonio a couple of years ago. I mean, we aren't the only people in the world who, they seem to work, right? And yes, there's going to be people who run into a parked car. There's going to be people who leave them somewhere they shouldn't. But you work through it, and you're trying to balance those competing needs with the reality that it's a great solution. It really does target our initiatives in the sustainability press that we've made. It does provide opportunities for people to access, you know, transportation. It provides, in some ways, the ability to get out of the food deserts. So there's just a lot of things that are on balance, I think, say we should be able to do this. And I do think it's wise that we figure out what our touch points are and check-in points. I think it helps. I also believe, and Suzanne, you may be able to speak to this too, Ms. Groneman, I'm sorry, that it's not like there's 20 ride share company groups all trying to beat down your door to get into Reno, right? I mean, this is a unique space. It's a unique community in terms of its size and market share and whatever. So if there were other groups that really were desperate to get in here, I imagine they would have been. I think Lime knows that they can't come back in. We've had a bad taste in our mouth. So I'm happy to move forward with this particular group at this time in an up and down vote.
And Suzanne Groneman, for the record, on that last point, Bird is the only entity that has applied for a license. I have been contacted by other entities at some point, but none of them followed through with any desire to come to the city.
Thank you very much. Anybody, we are finishing up round 2. Anybody that hasn't spoken a second time that would like to? Madam Mayor.
Just really quickly. As many of you know, I was a big proponent of Lime Bike or any sort of option. I think as we see, we have what I love about it too is that it's very innovative, and then also just it provides other ways in which we can provide transportation, right? So, you know, I've always been a fan of this, and we will never know unless we try. I think that that's really important, and when we stop trying is when we fail, I always like to say. And so I would just say I would be very supportive, as long as, I think, to address Councilwoman Jardin's issues, you know, making sure that we have some of this outreach so people really understand, and also maybe something in that agreement that, you know, holds you to particular standards. And if you don't meet those standards, and unfortunately, you're kind of, I feel bad for you and Bird, because you're kind of getting, you know, sort of the backlash of, you know, what we've already been through. So it's not you, it's not Bird, it's just, unfortunately, we did sort of have a bad taste in our mouth. But I did see a lot of the benefits as well. I just think that, you know, probably at that time, a lot of it was not fully, you know, the business model wasn't quite there. Now with new technology, we know it moves fast. So 2 years is a lot of time when we look at technology, right? So I am a big proponent of scooters, e-bikes, all this kind of stuff. I think it's fantastic. And I mean, all the time people say, Mayor Sheevy, why don't we have this? Why don't we have this, right? And so those forward moving and thinking cities embrace this. So But like I said, I understand your concern. I completely get it. And, you know, she gave him the hammer. So, as long as we get that stuff addressed, and especially for me, the disability component, I think is really important, the business component that you're talking about. But, you know, I am supportive, so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to finish up this round per your request, Madam Mayor, and we'll do one last minute, whoever would like to have one last minute, and then we'll go to a motion and we'll see where it goes. Councilmember Reckes.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to make a motion, and here's where that motion would be, knowing that I'm the first on the third round, is one, that we approve the exclusive agreement for 3 years. In response to Ms. Dewar, it's a 3-year term, but really it says it can go on and on and on annually. I'd like a hard 3-year term so that others might have an opportunity and the council would have a chance to look at it again. A 3-year term. I'd also like to make the approval contingent upon staff and Byrd coming forward back to this body for its approval of an agreement for outreach and education, but also having gone to the RAC first, because I think they're the most important people around to talk to, about their concerns about corralling and governing on sidewalks. I think we need to focus on that a little bit more. I kind of hear wink nod. You can't go on sidewalks, but we can govern on sidewalks. And I don't find it adequate to say that, you know, the public has to call in a number. You know, I've got a number and it's called, I think that's too much of a burden. We don't put people on traffic control doing that. I think that we really do need, I'm not comfortable until you come back for us to tell us how you're going to govern sidewalk use and you're going to corral. So I'd like to send you forward, but I'd like to have you come back to us with those important components, but the RAC needs to be talked to do that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, and
I know that was a motion and we'll,
It was it was an outline of a suggested motion.
Oh, got it.
But
Okay.
I know we're all have six people get one more minute.
okay,
Yeah,
Councilmember Dewar.
all I wanted to ask both my colleagues, to Mayor and to Councilwoman Breckes, I just wanted to follow up. Mayor, when you said your comments, were you saying you wanted the answers before we entered into the franchise agreement or after? So that was my question to you.
That having that in there before we move forward.
Okay.
So we have that assurance.
So we would not be starting the franchise agreement today. We would be moving forward, but we would be getting this information from all three of you, all the questions answered before.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to just clarify, that you were saying.
That's what I was.
Because Councilmember Reese was talking about a motion to approve it and start, you know, like right away. I got a sense, that's what I heard you say. So I just wanted to get clarity from everyone of where they were. So thank you.
Councilwoman Breckes' motion addressed that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, maybe there's a way, I see staff kind of huddling and talking, maybe there's a way to do both, and I can't believe those words are coming out of my mouth right now, but what Councilmember Breckes has proposed was some of the belt and suspenders sort of stuff is the only way that I would agree to this, and I don't know if there's a way to do both lanes or not, if it has to come back to get clarity from the body. So, Councilmember Weber, I jumped in, sorry.
I was going to suggest the same thing. I don't know if there could even be a committee that meets kind of regularly with the people in the community, a couple of them.
Okay, then that's what I wrote.
You know, this isn't working, whatever, so if there could be maybe a part of a subcommittee that meets consistently if this goes forward.
Okay. Staff.
Great, we got staff.
Yes, so I have Suzanne Groneman for the record. So we do presently have in the agreement that they can't launch until they do a public outreach campaign in the weeks or months leading to the launch. So it's possible we could come back with a launch date and state what we've done and have that launch date approved.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think we really want to understand what decisions you agree to on the powers that are being delegated to you for certain usage. And so I would say that we could make a motion to approve an exclusive agreement subject to it being a 3-year agreement, hard stop, and 2, to the delegated authority to you about governance, governing the use on sidewalks and the corrals, coming back to this body for concurrence with that agreement. So we would take it for a vote. And then also the outline of the outreach program. And before you come back, you need to go to the Reno Access Advisory for their consideration.
Okay, is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, discussion.
Staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a second motion. Do we have a second? For discussion? Okay, I guess that was my discussion.
Councilwoman Dewar. What I was asking on the first motion, I guess, that didn't become a motion was, and I would have seconded it, but I didn't have the answer to this. I was unclear with this motion about what the start date would actually be, like what we would be authorizing to happen today. Is, yes, we're gonna enter into an exclusive, but you have to do these things before the start begins. Was that your idea?
Yeah,
Councilman Backus?
and really before the signing of the agreement.
Okay, that's what I was
The
trying to
execution by the mayor, on the signature
Got
lines.
it. Okay, so we have a motion with second and discussion?
Well, the motion is staff's recommendation just to go, and, okay.
Correct, and discussion on my part is I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay, and
Do we have
I'm gonna provide some clarity if, having read the franchise agreement and the documents provided and the staff, I understand that it would be an up or down vote in my mind, but the requirement is, and staff has already baked into it, the necessity of having the public campaign. That public campaign, I think, could including the Reno Access Advisory Committee. Certainly, they could be part of that and planning to do it. Doesn't mean that tomorrow you're dropping a bunch of scooters on the Reno sidewalks. This question about, on the sidewalk or not, I've been in communities where it's both, right? I've seen people abuse things just as they will abuse bicycles or roller skates or, whatever it is. Some people are going to abuse the system. We will not be able to disabuse people of the ability to go where they're not supposed to, right? Some skateboarders skate on sidewalks where they're not supposed to, Those issues are just things that cannot be ultimately ground out to 100% certainty. And what I do think is true is that our staff has worked very hard to bring this agreement forward, has worked through all of the issues that we have set in front of you as obstacles. I think it's incumbent upon us to take a little leap of faith, do the agreement as written, understanding that the things that you all want, I think, are baked into it. This question about the 3-year agreement, if it's not working out, we're not going to renew it, right? There's some exit clauses in the contract that tell us when we can, opt out of it. And so that, I think, is a red herring. There is an out in the contract, so.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion from Member Reese to accept the staff recommendation. We have a second from Councilwoman Weber. We've had some discussion. All in favor, say aye. Can we do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Breckus?
No.
Dewar?
No.
Delgado?
Yes.
Weber? Jordan?
No.
Reese?
Yes.
Shivy?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay,
Should I
let's
try
try
another
another motion. Back to Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I'm going to motion that we enter into an exclusive agreement with Byrd for a 3-year period. That agreement would not be executed until the delegated powers to staff to decide about corralling and governing on sidewalks is brought back before this body for concurrence after the input of the RAC is provided on that factor and, on that provision. And at the time that it comes back, the outreach program is in detail and an informational item for this body.
All right, I'll
So
second.
we have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, a second from Councilmember Dewar. Any discussion on this
Yeah,
motion?
really quickly, how quickly
Madam Mayor.
can you do that?
The question was how
rack.
quickly, I apologize, I interrupted.
Like a time, what
How,
would be this timeframe?
how quickly to come back with the 4 items mentioned? Quickly?
Councilmember Reese.
I'd just like to ask the representative from Byrd, are those all things that you think that we can work through?
100%, and I'm happy to commit to speaking to that advocacy or that advisory organization about disabilities. Happy to do public hearings with business owners in Midtown. Happy to do all those things. Yeah, and I think the turnaround is relatively quick as well, because, yeah.
And Madam Mayor, discussion on this item, I could be supportive of this, and again, I'm shocked at my own words coming out of my mouth right now, but with the understanding that the outreach is, for clarity, is on Bird's dime and time. I got a thumbs up from the Bird, dime and time, okay.
I will commit to that on the record. Yes.
Member Delgado.
If I asked if you're reaching out to the Midtown, that you also reach out to the Wells Merchants Association as well? Thank you.
And they're right, connected. I don't know. Are you in Reno or no?
I'm in Santa Cruz, but I'm going to be here a lot.
It sounds like you might be moving here. And then I have no problem with, offering you guys the exclusive, because it sounds like you're really willing and, wanting to address those concerns. So I appreciate that.
Councilmember Reese, we've got a motion and a second, so Councilmember Reese.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand, and maybe Councilmember Breckus can help me to understand the motion. And that is to say that I have never seen us delegate our authority to one of our advisory boards. So what I'm not understanding is if it goes to the Access Advisory Committee and they say, we don't want scooters in Reno, right? That's their policy decision. I don't entirely understand then what we do with it. Is that what the intention is that they get to make the decision, or they just want to have input? That's why I'm struggling with this piece of it. And Madam Mayor, you chair that board.
Well, I would just say, no, I think they have to be heard, and they have a lot of concerns that we don't have, because we don't have disabilities like they understand the infrastructure issues inside and out. I mean, there's things we would never even think of. And so I want to make sure, if they have a list of questions, that those are getting answered. To me, that is really the most important. I think it should be ultimately up to this body, but I would definitely say, I want to hear their recommendations. I would imagine you guys have done extensive work with Access Advisory Boards. Okay, yeah, go ahead, if you can speak to that.
Yeah, so we have a great relationship with a lot of advisory boards that deal with this particular topic and this, this group of folks. And we have implemented adaptable vehicles in many of our markets, and we have a certain ratio of those vehicles, as well as, we even have programs like in some cities where we have Braille stickers on the necks of the scooters that you know when to report and how to report if you do find a scooter being left where it shouldn't be, so.
Yeah.
We're happy to answer all those questions and take any recommendations they have.
And I just think for them as well, so, because they're not going to be familiar with you and the service exactly. So I think it's really beneficial, on both sides. But I just think that, I mean, there are so many hurdles to people with disabilities. And a lot of times people don't even think about it. One I just was working on was parking spaces were too close to each other. And that isn't okay, because you have to get, those vans in there. You got to be able to get out of them. I mean, I'm just lucky that I have some really great advocates that are always constantly bringing these things to the forefront that I wouldn't even think about. So I think for me, that's where I think, wow, we just missed the mark if we're not including, parts of our community that really get left by the wayside.
Councilwoman Breckus, was it your understanding that they would meet and advise, but the ultimate
Yeah.
decision would be this body?
Yeah, I mean, the outreach campaign is the outreach campaign, but this, powers and agreement that's going to come between staff and the vendor gets to some very operational issues that, as the mayor said, the accessibility disability community, they will provide the know-how of how to get there. Like the mayor said, the governing on the sidewalks. They may say, hey, those motorized scooters that are paid by Medicare that you see everywhere, those are governed to this, so match that. Or they may say, if you're going to do corrals, you must have them designed like this for the tapping. And so that's why they're put on a higher level of consultation before you do the outreach campaign, in my view.
Okay.
And it's the law, too.
And so we have a motion and we have a second. Any other questions on the motion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Madam Mayor, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Job well done. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to ask you if you have any public comment on this next item, and please tell us where we're at so the public knows.
Absolutely. So we're moving on to item D2, and we do not have any public comment registered for this item at this time.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I think I would like to make the motion on this because it's one of our downtown gems, which is in Ward 1, and that is the St. Thomas Aquinas Cathedral on 2nd Street in Arlington. And like some of our other downtown gems, the churches, they've decided to come onto our historic resources registry and the National Registry. And it's just a very excited thing. And it's just an opportunity to thank the diocese for their continued stewardship of that beautiful jewel and taking it to the next level in their preservation efforts. So thank you. And with that, I'll make the motion to accept the recommendation of the Historic Resources Commission regarding the nomination of the cathedral.
Okay, fantastic. I think I had a motion and a second from Councilman Delgado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Okay, moving on, item D3.
Item D3 was removed at the agenda approval, so we're going to move on to item D4.
Okay, gotcha. At this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Item D4. We do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay, then I'm going to send it to Monica and friends.
Oh, I apologize. We do have voicemails, which will play at this time.
Oh, you do have voicemails. Okay, we're going to go into public comment, and then we'll come right back to you, Monica.
Yeah, hi. My name is David Stallmeyer. I live at 723 Marewood Trail in Reno. I've heard the city is considering the purchase of I think, 96 or 100 additional dorm units to expand the village on Sage Street. I personally have toured the campus. I've talked with residents, and I found the village on Sage to be really clean, safe, and well run. It's an affordable housing option for low wage earners in our community, and I'm thrilled. I'm excited to see the city moving so quickly to expand the property and to provide affordable housing for another 100 or so deserving citizens. I'm very much in favor of this. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is Jim McNamara. It's 1:30 or 1:27 p.m. on Tuesday. These are comments regarding the proposal for expansion of the village at Sage Street. I'm a driver for the VA, and I drop veterans there as well as pick them up. And most of the men that I've dealt with were on the street, totally homeless and exposed to the elements before the efforts were made to build this area. I would greatly appreciate more funding to expand this and other venues for vets and other single men that are in a homeless state right now, especially this winter. So I hope the council deems it appropriate to add more money to get this done. I think it's a very worthwhile effort. I appreciate everybody's work. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I live at 4890 Deer Pass Drive, Reno, Nevada 89509. I'm in support of purchasing more modular housing units to grow the Village on Sage Street project. My understanding is that this has been a very successful project. At housing over 200 people in a well-constructed housing project that, it's low cost. It's providing important bridge housing in our community. I'm really glad to see the city stepping up to take the lead on another large, low-income project to continue helping what I feel is an underserved population. So, it's just a really beneficial project that needs to continue to grow. Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Monica, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. Monica Cochran for the record. Forgive me while I struggle with this mask and my less young eyes here. That's what the doctor says anyways. Do you have, okay, awesome, thank you. I'm here today to bring a great opportunity forward to request authorization, basically for some funding. Quickly, before I discuss this project, I just want to give a few updates on the Housing and Neighborhood Development Division. I know we discussed this a little bit earlier with us doing some strategic planning. So, at council's direction, we've been moving away from homeless services and into putting more focus towards affordable housing. And while I know on the surface it looks like the transition's been made with that to Washoe County, there's a lot of work that's been happening behind the scenes administratively with myself and my staff to get that complete, and it should be tapering off hopefully in the next few months, and I guess finalizing with the transition of the continuum of care. But I'm really excited. We've been working with a consulting firm on a division strategic plan, which should be ready in about February. We actually had one of our sessions this morning, so I'm like super pumped up about that. They really get you like excited, so I'm feeling pretty good. While I would like to have that process wrapped up before we move forward with another project, I recognize the immediate need to increase the permanent housing stock in the area, and the possibilities that additional units could bring. This is a slide of the Village on Sage Street, which I guess came to fruition through partnerships with many organizations, including the City of Reno. As you'll remember, the city contributed land and about $300,000 to this project. I think most of you have toured this facility, but if you have not, you can see from the picture on the right bottom that these are furnished single dorm style rooms that share bathrooms and some common areas. The rent at the Village on Sage Street is $400 a month, and the income requirement for residents is about $16,000 to $32,000 a year, which puts most of these folks at minimum wage to $15 an hour earners. They do also have a waiver for senior citizens on SSI to be able to become a resident without meeting that income threshold. Some really good news about this project is it is at 100% capacity, and every month they have a queue with qualified applicants, and there's usually about 10 people waiting to get a room. Most of you probably know that Volunteers of America is the operator of this project, and through some initial discussions, they are interested in expanding their project should this expansion come to fruition. An increase in the units of this facility will also create a better economy of scale. With increased revenue coming in, it will help service the debt on phase one, which will really help the project out. Additionally, since about 60% of the residents in individuals that reside at this project or in these units, are coming out of homelessness, an increase to this project could really help with those folks being diverted from the shelter and or weekly motels. So what you see here are two 48 single-person modular dormitory units. An opportunity has presented itself to purchase the 96 units that are remaining from the 2018 purchase, which became the Village at Sage Street. These units were originally sold, and then they've kind of been in and out of contract a couple times, but now they have become available again. What we would like to do is partner with the Community Foundation to purchase the units while we work out the details of taking this concept of expanding the Village at Sage into a reality. While I know our plan is still a work in progress, we recognize the critical nature of the housing crisis and the need for more units. I also recognize that the unconventional nature of this process, but I really want to emphasize that we're in a housing crisis, and we might need to move a little bit out of order. There's an immediate need for additional units, and at this price point, it would really benefit the city to have the units while finalizing the rest of the details, rather than losing the units to another community. This is the first piece of a puzzle, and if it's approved, we'll be coming back to the council with the remaining pieces, details, and some possible funding requests. And again, before I conclude, I just want to say how excited I am to be discussing with you and bringing a broader, affordable housing strategy forward in the first part of the year. And here I have a proposed motion, and I'm available for any questions. And I also have Nick from the Community Foundation, who is also available to answer any questions.
All right, great job, Monica. Okay, I'm going to start with Councilwoman Beckles.
Yeah, I want to know the big picture of where we're going with the resources. I think that, like I mentioned, the website has us in 2018. And, the winging it sort of thing, this feels like winging it to me, even though it is a conclusion of a phase one. And it just seemed to come out of nowhere. I guess you explained someone, maybe the Community Foundation heard they were available and wants to go. So I want to understand very specific questions, because it seems like you're still working on the details, but it's an offer too great to send away, is how I'm hearing. Is one, are you sure these are CDBG eligible units that would be allowed as housing under CDBG guidelines?
Yes.
Okay. Number two, who will own these?
It will be the Community Foundation if our concept comes to fruition.
Well, no, with this action, if they're bought, who's going to own them?
It would be the Community Foundation.
Okay.
They would be the ones
Okay.
purchasing
And
them.
number two, where would this land be? Is there land identified to put them somewhere?
We've been exploring several different properties, and we're in some talks with some of the adjacent landowners. That hasn't been completely worked out. That is one of the details that we're still working out and that we'd be bringing forward.
Yeah. When you say winging it, like we're in talks, I mean, that's what I'm going to. And I just want to tell the council, I'm doing a lot of research. I have some continuing education credits to receive and seeing different models. I mean, some communities are giving out $25,000 to homeowners to put second units on their properties, just cash, whatever, go. Some restrictions. We could do that with this $500,000 or something else. So, does this $500,000 grow to a $3 million project? What I really, before we buy one component of a project, I would like to know the whole picture. And then does the city have an ongoing responsibility to it? I know we're in with a good partner, but it really is, it just doesn't give a lot of confidence that we're moving in a very planned out manner when we're just going to, there's these things available, let's go. And it really, it's a tough one, because I don't want the public to think that we're not doing it in the most strategic manner. And I'll ask a few other questions on what this project design is going to be when it's my turn again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Monica, has there been any discussion for a bit more of transitional housing? That's one thing that we do not have in this community, in the sense of wraparound services, for mental health and addiction. So I would also like to see where we take a portion of these units to address that population. We have nothing. And so, and I'm extremely supportive of any type. I know we do see a lot of people coming in from the shelter over to Sage, and I think it's been very, very successful. But I'm thinking about like really carving out some units that address that. And because they're mobile, maybe, I always keep hearing that our place is full, and, just having these abilities to, kind of be able to be a little bit more, I guess, I don't know what's the word for it, everywhere, because it's more mobile in a sense.
Monica Cochran again for the record. I guess in relation to specific populations, we haven't really explored differences. It was more about an efficient way to use them. And because these units are two of the, I guess, dorm room units, they don't have their standalone rooms and all the resources that are already available at the Village on Sage, such as the community room, the mail room, the admin, security, the operator, all of that. It seems at this time that would be the most efficient use of them, while we still recognize that they would be useful in other circumstances. We're exploring this one first while we're also holding some other things in our back pocket, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a lot to say, I suppose, but I want to start by saying thank you, Monica, for your team for dealing with a very difficult situation as best you can every day, because I know that it can be difficult to know that we are in a crisis, and you haven't used that word lightly, but we are in a crisis. This community and this country, and probably every community in this country, are dealing with a housing crisis of epic proportions. You saw lots of people in the audience today talking about it, rising rents, creating displacement, and the truth is, we are winging it. It's not planned. And that's okay. Sometimes that's going to be how you have to react. And so the idea that government should wait and study and move only when every detail is known, that's the problem with government sometimes. And right now, we're kind of, building the parachute as we're jumping out of the plane. And that's okay, because that nimble naturedness of government is what we need to inject, I think, into our government and be able to make decisions. So the CARES campus is an example of, I think, an excellent work in progress. Also was something we had to pivot and do very quickly because of the nature of the pandemic and the money that paid for it. So the idea that we're going to know every single answer, know exactly where it's going to be, have a whole plan, means that we're not going to do anything. And the people who are looking for this type of housing cannot wait until we figure out the perfect moment and have everything buttoned up just so. So the mayor has been often says, when we are not trying, we're failing. So it's okay if we fail. I appreciate your willingness to lead out front and be honest about the crisis of the situation. The second thing is, I think this is somewhat the future of your office, right? As we have exited the sheltering area, it allows you and your team to now focus on where those CDBG dollars can go. This is a good example of it. You're right. We didn't know that there was some trailer tents, on some mining project in Montana. And now we do. And so we're going to go out and grab them, I hope, put them somewhere where they'll be useful and make sure that people have housing. So I'm excited about that. And then I suppose the third thing I will say is what a great partner the Community Foundation has been, and VOA in making the Village on Sage Street a reality for the folks who live there. If we can have anywhere the fractional nature of the success of that project, we'll be doing awesome. So go forth, do a good job. We'll work on the details as we're jumping out of the parachute or, the plane with you without our parachute on the way down.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan, then we're going to go to Councilwoman Breakfast.
Thank you very much. And I would say that while Councilmember Reese appears to be quite supportive of this, I would push back a little bit on the assumption that it's building the plane as we're going, because in this instance, we have some experience now. When we acquired the original units for Sage Street, that's when we were really building the plane. And as I recall, we didn't acquire these units at that time. One, I think they were spoken for by somebody else. And two, we weren't 100% sure the success that the Village would have. So here we are, how many years later, seeing how successful that project has been. It's kind of like, I liken this to we did with the Tiny Homes Project. The Tiny Homes Project was not anything we had done before, and this council took the initiative to try something different and more. And we're seeing success coming out of that project and graduates coming out of it. And thank goodness for Northern Nevada Hopes and Sharon Chamberlain. They are just doing incredible work over there. But it's because we took a leap, and we're seeing that that's being successful. The Reno Works program, same thing. So this instance, though, I will tell you, the Village on Sage Street, we do have a model by which the Community Foundation and VOA have done a phenomenal job of, and the need, I mean, we don't even need to go into how much the need is there. We will work out the location of these. I do think they'll end up being adjacent to Sage Street. I think we will work everything out. In the event we don't, we will find a place for these, and we will make sure that they are successful. We just have to make sure that we lock these down, because we are not the only city struggling with this. Let me tell you, folks, we are not. And if you don't think others aren't seeing that these can be a bridge housing option, they are. So we need to me, this is a very smart move, and I am supportive.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate the need for innovation and innovative thinking, but I also believe that, resources are finite, and there are fundamentals of program design we have to follow. And I know it's not going to make people happy, but I mentioned the CARES campus. One of my objections was I didn't think that program design was done correctly, and I think a consultant just came back and said, you got issues there. But I do have confidence with the Community Foundation that they'll own it. What would discourage me tremendously is if all of a sudden you pop back up here in January with a $4 million purchase offer, and there goes some percentage of some resources for something that maybe other ideas didn't get to fruition. And we heard a lot of that today about, getting ideas to fruition collaboratively through stakeholders. And, you said, I want to do a plan. I want to put it in context. So I hope you'll do that before, you've spent a lot of time getting a property under escrow. And I don't believe we have condemnation powers. But let me just, for my confidence, this doesn't obligate us to anything more, correct?
At this time, no. And this is a resolution just to authorize the funds and then allow the city manager to negotiate the terms of an agreement. So it's not even entering into an agreement at this point.
And they're buying them. The Community Foundation.
The Community Foundation is
buying them. And then let me ask you, because you said something about relieving debt. I don't get that. I thought, like, somehow if they do this, they're going to get some revenue to pay off their debt. How does that work? I mean, I thought these were even the ongoing maintenance was a cost to the Community Foundation or the VOA contract to manage. How does this pencil out and pay debt? I mean, how is this an equity infusion?
It would create revenue from the rents from these 96 units that would help them service the debt that they still have from phase one. So if they come out of this phase two with little or no debt, it is going to increase their revenue that's coming in. And that's the way they described it to me, both from the Community Foundation and from Volunteers of America.
Well, how did they get phase two done without debt when it took debt to do phase one? Are you then saying that the city is going to come in with a lot more equity to make sure that phase two doesn't have debt?
I'm saying that I will be coming back with the details of the rest of the project and possibly some other funding requests.
Okay, I am inclined to support this, but I think that these projects need to be a little more sketched out, frankly. But I'm confident that we're not doing it. We're not taking the inventory. It's going to this stakeholder who has shown a good record. But we'll see what this project ends up being. Thank you.
Thank you, and I understand your concerns.
Okay, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's to what some of the colleagues have said. I think Sage Street, the project has been working out. One thing I want us to be thoughtful and cautious of, though, is now we're starting to see the concentration of a lot of these housing developments potentially in the same locations. And so we got to be thoughtful about what that means for communities, those that are residing within those structures and also those that are surrounding. And so my hope is that we're thoughtfully thinking about what that potentially may or may not look like. It's something I've talked about at length here at the council. So just moving forward, I know it's 96 homes. It's been a great project. We have good service providers. We have the VOA. We're showing that. But as we start to look citywide, countywide, we've got to also start thinking about where other opportunities may also lie. And so I hope that that's a consideration of just all the partners that are sitting at the table, that this isn't the only location or looking at the so-called quote-unquote cheap land that we develop at, that we also look at opportunities for people to also be successful outside of just the services they receive at the dorms.
I'd also like to remind the council, the city of Reno is the lead of the Washoe County Home Consortium. And through that process, different developments have come up over the last several years. I think there are 1,200 that were finished in the last 5 years just through the consortium funding. And then we have about 600 that are going to be coming on from the funding last year. And those are all located all around the county, from the north, south, north valleys, northwest, 3 out in the Damani Ranch-ish area. So we are very conscious of spreading those affordable units out through the community.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some of these conversations, of course, touch on other conversations that we're having, right? So we have these ongoing conversations at this body about how to address our unsheltered population. There's a question about affordable housing. One of the key parts about this particular conversation that touches on some of that is this idea that we have a sheltering location, but we have no place for people to exit to, or we have very limited options for them to exit to. So what it means is that once people get into the CARES campus, there are not easy ways for them to go out the back door. And we've all talked about the way that that campus is designed to work is we have got to reduce the pressures on it for people to get through that, whether that's into this type of a housing arrangement, whether that's into Hope Springs, whether that's into one of Reno Housing Authority's projects. So this just adds to the things that we can do, and it's another tool. I think we should be using every tool we have. And so because I think they're related, I think too, your office is gonna now pivot, and I hope to be starting to talk about housing ownership programs and shared equity models like we did with the Community Foundation as to the lots that we did in Councilmember Weber's ward, right? These are related concepts. I think that, strategic investments by the Reno Housing Authority, who came today, I think is also an important part of the ongoing discussion about what stock do we have in this community and where will we take that? And I was really happy to see them in chambers this morning. I thought that was an important signal about where we are as a community and how that is working out. Ultimately, again, we're, I think, all doing everything we can every day, and your office is, kind of the tip of the sword at times, because we want to make sure that everyone has a safe and way to live and meet their basic needs. And in many ways, this country is failing in that. And so anytime we can take a small project, it's that big of a number? No, but it's going to be a big deal to the person who lives there. Right? It's going to be a very big deal to the person. And you've got some examples, I think, that the Community Foundation gave us about experiences. And I look at each one of those and say, we could say, hey, we don't have all the issues addressed. We don't know what the plan is. But then those people wouldn't be in those units, right? And so it may be not meaningful in the big meta construct, but it's very meaningful at the individual level. So I think, too, the mayor made a very good point initially about a specific subpopulation. And, we're concerned, of course, when we hear, and maybe the manager might answer this question about which campuses are full when, and we're all getting conflicting information, and some advocate will write to me and say it's full. I'll text someone at 11 o'clock at night and they'll say, well, no, that's not really true. But the mayor made a good point that there are some subpopulations where maybe we could dedicate one of these buildings to be for a specific group of people, if that's women, because that's the group that we hear a lot about right now. And again, I think if it goes back to the first thing I talked about, which is if we have places for people to exit out of the sheltering world and into, then that becomes much easier to manage as well. So again, thank you for the project, the proposal. I know that we've got a lot of details to work out, but I trust you'll help us get there.
Thank you. And those are all conversations that we can have while we're working out the details. And I do appreciate Madam Mayor's comments earlier about the whole housing continuum, because it's often forgot that it's such a broad range. And whether you build over here or over here, it still takes pressure off of the middle. And it's just truly an important point for people to know. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah. I think to your point, Monica, too, that's what a lot of people I don't think understand, that you have to realize that not every solution, not one solution fits all, right? It's different, so it's complex. And so one of the things that I want to make sure is at this time, I want to make sure that, that we don't put on excessive barriers to access this housing. And especially now, because we are seeing some pretty emergency situations, because people literally, the goal is to get them crisis assistance before they are out of their homes or are evicted or those kinds of things. Really, that's another area of focus when we talk about not just obtaining housing, but keeping people in their existing housing. People forget about that aspect, because once they are out of that, it's very hard to get them back in for many, many reasons, because what happens is you could have gotten an eviction, or I think it's a pay or quit, or all these other things. And, that gets very hard for someone to get back into housing, and then also deposits. And so
100%.
that's a whole other cycle that we never talk about, but keeping people in their existing housing. I just want to make sure that these do not have a barrier, because I think this is now the time to start identifying some of those that need it the most. And we're seeing it more now than ever with our senior populations. And remember, their incomes are so fixed, and so, they're on these budgets that literally, I just helped a senior that her cat got sick, and that literally almost made her homeless.
Right.
Because those vet bills are so, and we see a lot of seniors like that. So for me, I'm so grateful that we have this opportunity. So of course, I'm absolutely 100% supportive, but I also want to make sure that we don't put too many barriers in, so that I guess my point is, I'd like to be flexible with how we're going to navigate this. And to Councilman Reese's point as well, maybe looking at certain populations. I mean, even one of the things I would say is for treatment, for rehab, we don't nearly have enough services for rehab and people trying to rehabilitate from drug use, and that's a big one. And
Yes.
anyone that knows, therapy and rehabilitation it's outrageous. It's so expensive. Most people cannot afford it. And so really looking at those kinds of things, because a lot of times people are homeless because of mental health and addiction issues. And so we got to start being, I think, proactive instead of we're always being so reactive. But if we start to be proactive and address the mental health and the addiction and all those other components, that's where I want us to really start thinking. We have a need now, absolutely. So we got to address that. But let's start being proactive in our approaches and addressing the mental health and the addiction. And that's where I do think we start to, look at different populations. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus, and then let's, I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese for a motion.
Oh, I was hoping I could. I thought that was well said, Mayor, and I was just hoping I could make the motion, but also say that, before you'll report back to us on the program design, because we got $500,000 of resources in here. We want to know the program design, prior to a purchase agreement, and then how it fits in the big picture with that plan you're working on. So that's my motion, if the body is willing to take that one.
Okay, all right. Anyone want to add anything? No? Okay, perfect. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Monica. I really appreciate you and all the work you do. I know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I know
just wanted
people
to say,
don't see it all the time, but you're amazing.
thank you. I just wanted to make one last point before I left. You were talking about not creating extra barriers and keeping people in their homes. And when people leave their homes, then they get an extra barrier because now they've had an eviction. And you know that we've been offering rental assistance for quite a while now. But a number that I just got was last quarter, we paid out almost $900,000 in rental and deposit assistance just actually in the first quarter of the fiscal year.
I'm so glad you brought that up because we don't talk about that enough. But I also would love to see Mr. Manager on a future meeting to talk about this. One of the things that I do notice with that assistance is that let's say they moved out of that home, that assistance goes back to them and then they can just go spend it on anything. We've seen that. I think it needs to be dedicated. I don't know what the law is or if we have to put in something in place, but to make sure that that assistance is absolutely dedicated to go back into housing.
For their deposits.
Yes. And because I know people have moved out of units and then they use that money, and it's quite a bit of money. It's in the thousands. So I really believe it should have a stipulation that it's got to go right back into housing. Because otherwise then we find ourselves like in that circle. So maybe that's something we could talk about, some of those policies and kind of how we, look at that kind of stuff.
We can work on it. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
awesome though, because
Thank you.
that rental assistance has saved so many people and we don't talk about that enough. How many times it's saved people from being homeless, and really, I don't think we could have done all the work that we've done with the vouchers and stuff because of what you guys have done, so thank you so much.
And Madam Mayor, may I ask, is it rental assistance, is that also motel voucher assistance in that number?
No, it's just rental and deposit assistance.
So do we have a separate fund that is where we have placed some of the dollars that were related to the motel voucher program?
That was a completely separate program, and it was only through the original CARES allocation.
And we're now out of those dollars?
Yeah, that was about $500,000 that went out to.
And those are been used?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I'd be interested in a future agenda item that perhaps addresses that. It was one of the things that I would have wanted to talk about the other agenda item that had been removed today about the CAC. And so if that happens, thank you.
Absolutely. I would like, let's have a whole meeting sort of dedicated to this so we can kind of jump in. There's so many moving parts, but I really want to start to look at why are those barriers to housing so hard? And I think that is a big part of why we see such a struggle in the community that people don't know about. People, honestly, yes, we need more inventory, but there's also really, really big barriers. And how to get housing. A lot of times the only way to get housing is to be in a shelter. And there are a lot of people that are not in the shelter. And like I'm talking about those ones that are on that brink of getting evicted or not being able to pay their rent, or like the senior that I was working with, and really addressing those. It could just take one event to where they end up homeless because they're living on that tight of a budget. So there's a lot of moving parts, but I think we should honestly have a full council day, because I know we even had, what was her name that came today from Mutual Aid? She wants to have a full discussion, which is great. And I think that's awesome and we need to do it. But the problem is open meeting law would not allow us to all be in a meeting outside this room. So if we could schedule something where it's like a full day of just housing and having these conversations, so the public also knows, because I think we're doing a lot of great work that they don't even know about. So
The communication piece is part of our strategy plan that I will be bringing back, and I'm excited, and you will be seeing a lot of me.
okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Monica.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Madam Mayor?
Have a great day.
Yes, I know we're going back to you because we have an issue with the motion. So do you want to give us
Right.
some
Yeah,
direction?
if you could just, can we get some clarification? So move to adopt the resolution, was that the motion?
Yeah, but also with the request that the direction that they bring back a program designed to us and, prior to other resources being requested.
Okay, so the motion,
Yeah.
So when we come back with the details.
Yeah, let us sketch it out. We're $500,000 in. We want to know what how these are going to be deployed. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, are we good? So I have a
Yes.
motion from Councilwoman Breckus. A second, I believe, from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item F1. F is in Frank 1, which is Title 18 adoption for packaged alcohol.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask you, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
We do have a public commenter in the audience,
Perfect.
Elliot Mallon.
Come on up, Elliot. You've sat here all day, I think. Am I right? But that's why you know all the issues, because you're here and you're listening intently. I know you are, and you're smart and you've got it down. So
Well,
go
I
ahead, the
try.
floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Elliot Mallon on behalf of the Nevada Petroleum Marketers and Convenience Store Association. I was here last month and voiced our support for the amendment that we worked with the city on. We want to thank the city again, thank the city staff who worked very diligently with us. I have had the opportunity to meet with the other stakeholders that are sitting in the room. I know that they have a lot of concerns, and I hear them, and I know that they would like to see, and I thought they would be speaking in public comment as well. I thought they got that in. If not, you guys might want to go turn in a thing. But I know that they wanted to make a request for an amendment for 20 ounce or greater than 20 ounce cans. That's something that we would be willing to support as an amenable compromise. And we were happy to work with them in the past. And I just had a conversation with them, a little bit of things that they would like to see. So again, I really appreciate the council's support, the council willing to work with us, the city staff willing to work with us. And thank you. That's it.
That's it?
That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Elliot.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good job. All right. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I do know, I mean, I know this body, I know Alex, I know you, Elliot, I know all of the facility owners and operators. I think everybody at the last meeting, they discussed the understanding of the issues. They understand wanting to be a partner of the issues. And this body doesn't ever want to do something that's going to really, cut the knees out of somebody. And I hear the discussion about, prohibiting any of the sale of malt beverage or beer below 20 ounces, because the goal was to get rid of, ultimately was to get rid of the small shot glasses. So I would just want to hear from our code enforcement personnel as to their thoughts on that. I think that's something that I certainly, as someone who's, a lot of these are in my ward, would be open to, considering. I want to obviously talk to my colleagues. There's the consideration of a moratorium we have in place. Right. And then how this, if we were to make that slight change, what that would do to the process. And I would just need to hear from Alex or somebody from staff who might tell us how, if we were to restrict below 20 ounces of a malt beverage or a beer, what does that do to our process?
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may, before we have staff answer questions, we do have 2 more commenters and I have other ones in the record. Sorry.
My apologies. I thought you said there was only one.
Sorry, my mistake.
Okay.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, all right.
Well, no, because I think we can as long as we don't vote. Am I right, Mr.?
Okay, can we just get to answer and then we can finish
Carl
Are we okay with that? Yeah, okay, they said you can answer and then we'll go to the
We're
rest of
okay.
the public
We can-
comment.
we can
My
do
bad,
that
I
as
didn't
long
know
as
there
we
was more
don't
than the
vote.
one.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Director for the City of Reno. In response, direct response to your question, ma'am, with regards to the impact on the actual ordinance itself physically, the actual verbiage, it wouldn't appear to be significant in any way. It would be a very minor issue. With regards to the overall perception from staff with the subject matter as it applies, I think it would be diligent to allow the other public comment first, and then we can respond.
Okay, now I
Thank
was
you,
more
ma'am.
concerned about our side of the table and what that does to all the moving parts and the mechanisms.
No, we're good. It wouldn't make.
With the
significant-
minor, as I understood it, item C, I'm sorry, 2, the sale and distribution of the following shall be prohibited, item 2B. That was the one that was the only thing that I had to change of language.
Correct, yes, ma'am. You're making reference to RMC 507.123, C2B, to which, if we did, as the attorneys will state later, it would, that type of change, any verbal change in the literature, would make this a first reading with
Okay.
a second reading in January.
Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Mased Shagor, followed by TJ Patel.
Oh my God. Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody's sleepy here. Looks like it's a long time waiting. There's nothing that much to say. Our life is always in some kind of problem we have in job, in work, in school, in business. What I would like to mention, we have a head and we will have a headache. So we can't just take the head off. We can do something to take the headache off. So as a little business owner for 20 years in downtown, banning sell 20 ounce, 50 ml, and 200 ml. If it is keep the downtown clean, get rid of the problem, I'll be the first one so happy about that. But what will happen with little business people like us? So I'm going to urging again, like whatever I told last time, before you do anything, think twice, please. And you have to keep in mind, if we ban that, and after 1 year or 2 years, if it solves the problem, I'm 100% agree with that. But if it does not, then we can bring it back again. Because whatever we think, whatever we do to keep our city clean, and downtown is downtown. To stop selling that, downtown will never be clean. Because I spoke with a lot of customers I never seen before, and they try to buy something, and then I ask, how you end up in city of Reno? They say, okay, they just dropped me. I was in jail for the last 4 years. So downtown, every city is a center where people get dropped off, and they try to hang out for a day or two. But we have to clean our permanent homeless people. In the first street to fourth street, the people who is sitting in front of the store, laying down, sleeping in the nighttime, I want all of you get a chance to just walk through or drive through the scenario, the nighttime, how it looks like. Those is not caused by us. This is not caused by casinos. Is our failure situation, how come we don't clean those few peoples who's causing these things? So then again, I'm really worried about how this little business owner will survive to stop selling those 3 items, which is 70% of our sale. And please, I'm urging, think twice to do anything about it. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate to give me the chance to talk about it. Go.
All right, good job.
TJ Patel.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. I just kind of want to start off by saying thank you to Councilmember Burkus and Councilmember Reese for reaching back out to me. I know time was kind of pressing with everybody, so thank you for at least giving us that little bit of time. After kind of going, we had a meeting after the council meeting on the 10th between all the store owners and whatnot, and we've kind of wanted to bring this proposal out to you guys to see if you guys may be interested in kind of working with us as we're working with you guys to kind of make this amendment kind of okay for on both parties. I have a little picture here. I'm not sure how to put it on this Elmo.
We'll get it up there.
Okay, perfect. Pretty much what we're kind of asking you guys for is, and I know everyone's kind of wants to get the 50 mLs kind of out of there, and then the 200 mLs out of there. But we are kind of proposing if we are able to keep the 24-ounce cans. I'm not sure if we can zoom out a little bit of that all the way. There's a little bit of stats, perfect. So what I was saying is the 50 ml we're willing to get rid of, the 200 ml we're willing to get rid of. As of right now, the 24 ounce can is prohibited. We kind of want to say, can we allow that to happen? Because I know last meeting, a big issue was being able to take those small bottles, throw them around, hide them and whatnot. But as you can tell, the 24 ounce cans or anything above 20 ounce are all in a bigger can. So again, it's harder to hide. And 3 of the 6 cities mentioned last time, I think it was El Cajon, Vegas, and Hespera, I believe that's how it's pronounced. They all have different regulations where they're able to get rid of some of the liquor, but they're also able to sell some of the single serve cans. And that's pretty much where we're at with that. As you can tell or see, there's not too big of a difference in size. And this will also allow us for when they come in to get one can to keep the convenience part of our convenience store. And as they grab that one can, they're able to grab multiple other items, which keeps our business growing as well. So that's pretty much all we have for you guys, but thank you for your consideration.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Patel, thank you so much. Since we were able to speak, I thought you had also proposed another thing that your group of folks were interested in offering to the city council about the increase in floor space for foods.
Yeah, so we had that thrown out there. The only kind of issues we had in some points after speaking with a few other people, some stores are very limited in space, especially ones down here. So adding that extra 10% takes up quite a bit of their already spaced stuff. So if we can keep it at 10%, fantastic. But I mean, I'm sure we're willing to work a little bit more, but it does limit quite a bit of the smaller stores. And that's where we kind of like didn't want to hit their bottom line even more. Mm-hmm.
All right, Councilwoman, or Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckes.
Thanks. And I have questions for our staff,
Oh,
Mr.
perfect.
Patel. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah. Is he the last public commenter? Okay. So, first of all, I did a little field trip myself yesterday at dusk. So I saw some activity and it was very helpful. I was at two stores. But tell me this, these pertain to people who are less than 10,000 square feet in size. Is that correct?
Lance Ferrato, Business Relations Program Manager for the record. This pertains to, it's a geographical location that it pertains to. So it's within the downtown area and 1,000 feet outside of that, and then the East 4th Street corridor. So it's not necessarily that the only exemptions are for those businesses located inside another business and for those businesses that also offer on-premise alcohol.
Offer what?
On-premise alcohol. So like a bar, for instance.
Okay. So what if a grocery store wanted to come down? Many years ago, CVS was going to go into the Riverside, and they sell liquor. Would it pertain to them?
As the ordinance is written right now, it would pertain to a grocery store as well, as long as it was located in that area.
Okay, so I get you. I was trying to figure out threshold. Now, on my visit, and I did not support the introduction, but I want to support it because I do see an issue. Can you show my videos? Excuse me. I tell you, I am not the best about liters and milliliters. I am a straight ounce person. But, you know, I saw this, and these are, what are they, 24 ounces? 16? Yeah. And, you know, I walk to the grocery store. I walk to CVS. I shop on foot, and I know how tough it is to carry stuff. You are sitting there going, can I do this or can I do that? What do I need more when you have a backpack? And I witnessed people with the same situation last night. You know, the bread, I could follow a guy with bread, and he's carrying that, and he's not going to carry a 6-pack because he's going to, you know, have, so I am very sensitive to that. And my alcohol consumption is such that I don't buy 6-packs anymore. I would maybe buy 2 of those and keep it in the fridge. And so I see that. I also see that some of these urban folks, they may not have fridge room for a full 6-pack. They may only have room, and I'm talking beer here, and some of these other items that come in cans, they may only have the little pony refrigerators. And if you're buying it at a store out of the cooler case, you want to keep it in the fridge. So I was not aware that these, which I think from my own personal experience are the way more people are buying alcohol. I have a real problem with that because I think everywhere else you can buy limited sizes. So, and someone showed me on the other size that to buy those, they have to come in a 4-pack. Can you show the other picture? Is that true? See on the bottom there, the red and black one? Those are like 3-packs, but our ordinance says you have to carry buy a 4-pack of those.
Correct.
But they don't make 4-packs. So, I had a hard time with that, and it confirmed to me my lack of support for how this thing rolled out. But can we see the other photo? Now those, we're getting rid of the very small ones, which I absolutely see a problem. And I saw hard alcohol abuse. Someone walking out of a store yesterday with a bottle half drank and pulling it right out of his pocket. But the sides, we're getting rid of the real small ones, but we're also getting rid of the next size up.
That's right, 200 ml.
Okay, and I can support that. Where do we come down on those cans of the hard liquor?
I would have to ask for more explanation. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay, I think he showed one on his picture. Mr. Patel showed one on his picture.
Are you referring to the I'm sorry, when it comes up?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. That smash thing.
Yeah.
Is that the equivalent of like the 50 milliliter 4-inch one?
That looks to me like it would be consistent with a malt liquor. I don't know that that's.
It's a malt
Oh,
liquor.
that could be a beer as well.
Oh, it's a beer?
Alex, yeah.
It's a malt beverage. Okay.
Ma'am,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Alex Woodley, for the record, Code Enforcement Director for the City of Reno. I do have a lot more experience here than Lance because I've been going out there and looking at these for several years. So yes, ma'am, what you have there with regards to Smirnoff Ice, that is a malt beverage malt beverage. So it would fall under the same category. With regards to your specific question as to what is more potent and what isn't, that changes so much that it would be very difficult to say.
Okay.
But for the most part, but I do understand the point that you're making.
I think for me, if I'm to fall on one spot, I'm okay with the cans. I know there's people picking up cans. I know there's value in cans. And that's where my comfort is. Even at the 16 ounce, if you want to buy one beer or a malt beverage at 16 ounce.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, just for a point of order, because I wanted to make sure that we're transparent and we follow up with the direction that we received from the council in the last meeting. I want to clarify and get that on record first so that we can continue with this discussion, because I know this came up recently. But just to clarify, the last meeting, the council moved to approve for the second reading, the ordinance with an amendment identified by the council. I just want to read that amendment on the record. It is already in the staff report, but just to make sure so we can get this out of the way for transparency purposes.
Perfect.
So what we did was Lance drafted the perfect language. We made change to RMC 507.123B, which related to hours of operation, where we also had the requirement for security. And as the council remembers, you did remove that requirement, and they were very appreciative, the business owners. And what we did was we created new language there that states, a business subject to this chapter shall operate during the hours allowed per the designated zoning regulations and requirements unless otherwise conditioned. Then we went further into that same chapter, that same section, to 5.07.123J2, and we created a new section, number 2, which states, annual review. Upon renewal of the annual business license affiliated with the privileged package alcohol license, the city council may review the history of the business and consider approving, denying, or conditioning the renewal of the license as it appears appropriate, as it considers appropriate. Conditions may include, but are not limited to, requiring a security employee or contractor during specified hours and or modifying hours of operations. And that goes to the request that we want to see a report every year when the annual license is due, so that we are made aware as a council what is the status and the behavior, the operations of that business. So we made sure to implement that in the ordinance, so it's in there. So we will be working with the city manager's office. We did talk with the city manager's office about creating a standard a process that you will see on the consent agenda, and it will have 3 standard comments. And when there is an issue, we will identify it and flag it to give you the opportunity to pull it from the consent agenda, and we can discuss it and staff will report on it. And then the last changes that we made was just a typographical cleanup with regards to non-compliance and what was this? With non-compliance with the requirements, I apologize. And just pretty much identifying, since we made changes to the hours of operation and security, we just clarified, and it states 2 violations of RMC 507-123C within any 12-month period shall result in a mandatory 30-day suspension. So that's one of the requests by the city council. So we wanted to have there implemented automatic penalties for lack of compliance. Then the 3 violations of our RMC 507-123 within any 12-month period shall result in a mandatory revocation of the license for the sale of alcoholic beverages for off-site consumption. And then the rest stays the same, which also includes, of course, their appeal processes that it's provided to every business licensee in the city of Reno. So thank you very much for allowing me to state that on record. And now we can move forward with the discussion today that I know the council wants to have.
Thank you, and thank you, Alex. I'm so glad that you did that. You kind of backed us up a little bit where we needed to be, so I appreciate
ma'am.
that. Okay, I'm going to actually go to Councilwoman Jarvin.
Thank you very much. I'm prepared to make a motion and see where it goes, and I just want to make sure with the city attorney's office that we're correct on this. If my motion is to include a modification to 5.07.123B, do we do one motion to adopt the remainder, and then we're going to reintroduce this? I was confused by the
Right,
process.
so here's what I'd like to do. So on F1 is the movement of the regulations from Title 18 to Title 5. So we can go ahead and adopt F1. Then we need to open F2, and we've been talking a lot about the modification, and that would be the modification of 507.123C26. And then we'll have a first reading of F2. And so it'll be an ordinance introduction on F2. So we could go ahead and have a motion on F1, but first I have to read it. So I'll read it, then you can move on that, then we'll move on to F2. And does that make sense?
Got it.
All right. Okay, so this is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6614. Case number TXT 20-00002, packaged alcohol beverage sales. Ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation, Land Development, Section 18.03.206, Table of Allowed Uses, Section 18.03.304, Commercial Uses, Section 18.03.405, Standards for Specific Accessory Uses, Section 18.04.17, Safescape Regulations, Section 18.09.303, Commercial Uses, and Section 18.09.306, Accessory Uses. These amendments would specifically establish alcohol sales as a principal and accessory use, add regulations and definitions associated with the principal and accessory uses, relocate Safescape regulations to Chapter 5.07, and reference relocated provisions in Chapter 5.07 together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
All right, thank you so much. So we're just going to vote on that, right? And then, okay.
Move to
So
adopt.
I have a motion.
Wait,
Did you want to?
I don't want a second. I'll have a question on this.
Go right ahead.
Well, I mean, I have this item, and it excludes the beer, single containers of beer, malt liquor, wine coolers and similar, not in original factory packages of 4 packs or greater. So they have to do, they can't do that little one that I showed on the ice of those larger ones.
Lance Ferrato, Business Relations Program Manager, for the record. Right now, we're just acting on Title 18. So
Yeah.
we'll go into discussion on Title 5. That's in Title 5 that you're referring to right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got F1 here, the packet, and I didn't see that. Let me see. Okay. Oh, I see. It's just yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, and I think I did vote for this before, yeah.
Okay, Councilman Breckus, you good?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so I had a motion and a second, I believe. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
All right,
Cornwall.
I'll go ahead and we'll open F2 with Madam Clerk's permission. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item? And have all correspondence been received?
Madam Mayor, we did receive 2 comments related to the item, one in favor and one in opposition, and those have been distributed to council.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So this
it's
is
all
an
you.
ordinance introduction, and it's ordinance number 7198. Ordinance to amend Title V of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privilege Licenses, Permits, and Franchises by amending Chapter 5.07 entitled Alcoholic Beverages with amended provisions for packaged alcoholic beverages, licenses, and packaged wine and beer licenses, including new definitions, expanded considerations for license approval, incorporate and expand downtown safescape standards, including expanded area of applicability to include properties within the downtown safescape area and 1,000 feet of its boundary as defined by the downtown safescape and buffer area map, and within 1,000 feet of the East 4th Street corridor as defined by the East 4th Street corridor safescape buffer area map, an aerial review process whereby council may impose additional standards for operations upon license renewal, minimum package sizes requirements, to dedicate at least 10% of the retail floor space to perishable food on properties within downtown safescape and buffer area, the East 4th Street corridor as defined in other locations required by Title 18, an 18-month period to conform with new requirements, an expanded area currently defined under RMC Section 5.07.125 to be known as Downtown Safescape Area with corresponding increase in the maximum number of packaged alcoholic beverage licenses provisions for businesses in good standing to be exempted, amendments clarifying inactive licenses, amendments clarifying individuals licensed only, amendments clarifying alcoholic beverage manufacturer's license, the removal of the fraternal club as a specific license type, and reference related provisions in Title 18 annexation and land development, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Okay. All right. Anyone want
Ready to go?
give me a
Madam Mayor,
motion?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And to the city attorney's office, if I state this incorrectly, please correct me. So
Right,
this
so
is.
one of the amendments that was brought to my attention, I think mentioned by Mr. Woodley, was RMC 5.07.123 C26, Section 2B, and it would be essentially the amendment would prohibit the sale or distribution of beer, malt liquor, wine coolers, and similar alcoholic beverages in containers less than 20 ounces, not in original factory packages of 4 packs or greater.
Thank you, ma'am. Alex Woodley for the record, Code Enforcement Director of the City of Reno. So yesterday I had in intense discussion with the police department, with both chiefs, police chief and deputy chief, with regards to this particular item and this request. And I asked them explicitly, how would you feel if we took out beer overall, period, because I anticipated this may be a conversation. To which their response was, our biggest concern has always been the ability for individuals to hide open containers inside of their, in their being. They said, we wouldn't have so much of an issue with the 24 ounce if the council wants to go there to allow these single cans. If they're 20 ounces or more, it would be less of a negative impact for us as far as we're concerned compared to the 16 ounces or smaller that individuals are able to have in their pockets. They said they did understand and did agree that with the comparison that was made with regards to, which was the original discussion, the requirement that we made liquor to go up to 375, to be sold no smaller than 375 because they're larger containers. And we assume that there'll be less consumption compared to the little tiny ones and less ability for them to hide it and have a public consumption of alcohol. So they said that they would not oppose the 20 ounce or more 20 ounce or greater, but that they did not like the idea of the single cans in 16 ounces or smaller because they have ongoing issues. And on any common stop in the downtown area where they had deal with an individual that appears to be under the influence, it is very common that they find those on their person.
Okay. And that to me was my opening comments, and I think what what Elliot and Mr. Patel were referring to was sort of this compromise and understanding that in the conversations with various people that this kind of addresses both of those issues. So that was my motion, was to prohibit the 20 ounces and below. So my understanding is, per what you have described, we can do that in this ordinance introduction today.
That is correct, yes, ma'am. And for the record, that was the explicit request that many of the shop owners made, was the ability to sell the 24 ounces. They're typically in 22 ounces and 24 ounces. And they actually shared the same, and I know Councilmember Reese had met with them as well. And that's been their discussion and their point of view, is that they do have more individuals that buy those particular sizes. So, thank you.
Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Woodley, I guess ultimately what it comes down to is this. The council had a policy goal in mind. That goal was to create an environment that was safe for all people who reside in downtown, right? Because we know a lot more people are moving into the downtown environment, and we're starting to see conflicts arise between more permanent full-time residents, our unsheltered folks, and it's created this issue, right? So the question becomes then, now that you've had, and I know you have greater experience in this area, and that's why we're relying upon you for your judgment. You've had some conversations with our police officers. You've heard our business community who has asked for a change, a slight tweak to it. Do you believe that it is in the best interest of this community to accept the recommendations that have been proposed by the business owners?
So thank you for that question, sir. So as it relates to the overall community as a whole, considering the desired impacts that we want, while also considering the concerns expressed by the business owners, I can say unequivocally, yes, sir.
Okay, well, that ultimately is the issue, because it's sort of it's bordering on comical at this point, because you have a bunch of folks up here who maybe don't have a whole lot of experience with 50s and 750s and 250s. I mean, I'm only going to speak for myself, but we're sort of chasing an elusive goal. If we can meet the goal and still help our business community who have identified a need, then I want to do that, right? That's what we all, I believe, are looking for, is a way that meets the balancing of competing concerns. And if your position is that we can do that, I'm willing to go in that direction. But I will say, and hopefully all the business owners here understand when I say this, that we can revisit this, and we will revisit it if the behavior that we're seeking to curb does not get modified and some changes are not visible to us, and we continue to have calls for service that range in the hundreds of calls. We're going to be back in this room having the same discussion in another year. And so ultimately, again, this body wants for the success of all of our business owners and wants for them to have productive and happy lives and feed their families and educate their children. What we do not want to have is a city that is unsafe or is creating nuisances for the residents who reside here too. So again, I will follow the direction that Councilmember Jordan and it sounds like Councilmember Breckus are heading in. Obviously, I think, and I'll direct this question to our legal counsel, are we able to do this on this reading, or we're going to have to come back?
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman, for City Attorney's Office. Yeah, so the amendment will be made today. This is a first reading, as it was, as Mr. Hall indicated, and then it'll come back, I believe, at the January 9th meeting.
Okay, so we have the time to do the revisions. I don't want to have these revisions be trickling in over every meeting that we come to, so that next time we say, oh, we found one more type of bottle size that we like, and now we got to pivot. We got to, at some point in time, start making these rules go into effect. So happy to support what it sounds like Council Members Jordan and Breckus are laying down, and our business owners who have made their case. Mr. Patel especially should be commended for the work he's done, and Mr. Mallon as well.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so Mr. Woodley, you were saying the chiefs said 20 ounces?
That is correct, yes, ma'am, above 20 ounces.
You know, I know it's only 4 ounces, but when you're talking about alcohol consumption, I understand ounces, the definitive on the measurement are very important, and they're different between women and they're different between men. And I think it's entirely appropriate for the person I followed who was, walking home last night with his bread was a woman. I think a 16 ounce is appropriate for her to be able to pick off the shelf. And that's a woman, I do believe, I really think the 16 ounce is an okay amount. It's what I looked in my fridge and saw that what we buy in singles. And I think 20 ounces is unfair. I get the whatever coat someone's wearing, but I'd feel most comfortable with the 16 ounces and uncertain how I'd support the 20 ounce limitation.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Can I ask a question? And I'm sorry, but I don't want anyone to laugh, but once they open the 16-ounce can, I don't think people are hiding it in their stuff, right? I mean, the issue is with the bottles, they can close the lid and tuck it into a pocket. But on a 16-ounce can, once they crack that baby, it's not going into a pocket, right? So what does it matter if we're talking about 16 or 20 ounces or 22 or 24? I don't get it, right? If your issue you're trying to curb is hiding it or it being used as a weapon, I don't know, but seems like we are essentially making memes of ourselves up here, like legislating crazy policies about container size. I just don't understand. What is the issue here?
So normally you are correct, yes, sir. But it is very common for individuals to drink, those individuals that want to drink in the public arena, to drink a significant amount to where they can comfortably put it in their pockets. So it's easier to pocket the 16 ounce and the 12 ounce than it is the 20 ounce. But keep in mind that the request that we received from the business owners that know their market and know their margin of income and profits, that they specifically requested over 20 ounce. And I believe that that's what we're offering, is what they're asking for.
Okay, go ahead. Vice Mayor Jordan, take it away.
Thank you very much. I would make a motion for this ordinance item F2 with the modification of 5.07123 item 2B to strike out the words single containers of and read beer, malt liquor, wine coolers, and similar alcoholic beverages in containers of less than 20 ounces, not in original factory packages of 4 packs or greater. Is that?
And the motion is to refer for a
Correct,
second
that is the
reading and
motion.
adoption.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay. Sending it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to item G1, Senior Citizen Advisory Committee bylaw change.
All right, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have public comment on this item, but I should note that we have Mr. LaChoy in the audience. If you guys have any questions or needs, he's happy to
I plan on bringing him
assist.
up because I think he gets the award for the person who has stayed the longest with us today. So, Mr. LaChoy, why don't you come up? Because you have certainly earned it. And why don't you tell us what you think was most fascinating about the meeting today?
It was very interesting. I mean, I've been watching the meetings almost all the time
Are
lately.
you? Okay.
And so there's sometimes when you just walk away from the TV screen because it gets interesting. I like the public comment. I'm sorry some of it you have to hear over and over again, and it's things that you can't really deal with. But, I think our council does a wonderful job.
Well, thank you. That is so sweet. So nice, Paco. We think you're doing a wonderful job. It's great to
Trying.
hear everything you guys are doing for our seniors. And do you want to include anything on this item?
The bylaws, the last set that we just revised were written in 2004, and some of them were confusing, some of them were out to date, so we just tried to update our bylaws, and one of the things that we added was a section on who could be on the committee, and that you must be a Reno resident. Preferably, we wanted one person from each ward so that it was representative of the entire city, but they don't have to be. They could be from anywhere. But eventually, that's where we'd like to try to go. And also that instead of just applying for the committee and being appointed or not being appointed, we want people that are interested in being on the committee to come to 2 meetings at least beforehand, before they are considered, so they know what we do.
Okay, good points there. Very, very good points. Let me just ask you, when you say anyone, can that be a Sparks resident? Can that be, or are you talking about anyone from the wards?
No, you need to be a city resident.
Okay. All right, let's just clarify that because people will ask and then
Yes,
they'll
it says
apply.
you have to be a resident of the city of Reno.
Okay,
With a
and-
preference for one person from each ward on the committee.
Perfect. And I would just say for those of people that are listening from Sparks, they have their own senior
They
advisory
do.
board. And they got Marcy over there, so they'll be well taken.
Marcy
care
will
of.
take care of them, yeah.
That's right. Okay, good, perfect. All right, does anyone have any questions for Mr. LaChoy? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Good job, thanks so much. That being said, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay. You're still here.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Off the subject.
Yes.
Did you get with AJ Miller? We asked for council holiday greetings for our radio program, and you're the only one we haven't gotten.
Me?
Yes.
Well, AJ. Just let me know, and I'm always happy to do it right from my iPhone or whatever you need, but happy to. When do you need it by?
Next week.
Today. Actually, AJ, when we walk out of here tonight, he can follow me. We'll do like a, I don't know, what is that? Like a TikTok for you. All right. Bye, Paco. Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item H1, which is city council comments for boards and commissions.
All right. Any comments from city council members?
Madam Mayor.
And then, oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
I just wanted to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year, and enjoy your family and friends and be safe. And to all the staff, enjoy getting a break from us for a month.
They are happy. I
They're
can
thrilled.
tell. I know it.
They should be.
Let me ask you, Madam Clerk, do we have to do redevelopment? We do. Okay, so everyone still has to sit here just a little bit longer. Anyone else? No? Okay. Moving on, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and open the redevelopment agency board, and I will take roll. Councilmember Breckus? Dewar? Absent at this time. Delgado? Weber? Jordan?
Here.
Reese? Sheevy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency board. We have no public comment registered at this time. We're moving on to approval of the agenda.
Okay. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
All right, we're moving on to item L4, approval of the minutes for October 27th.
I have this motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, there's no, so I guess we're on L5, redevelopment agency board comments.
There are none.
There are none. L6, there's no closing public comment, so a motion to adjourn redevelopment agency board.
So I'm going to make a motion and a second, or I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, going back to our regular agenda, correct?
Correct. So we're on J1, which is closing public comment. We have a couple of voicemails we're going to play for you very quickly, and then,
Madam Clerk, sorry to interrupt you.
Yep.
Just before we do that on mayor, or council, the mayor comments, I would just like to ask our city manager, first of all, I do want to wish all of you, Councilwoman Breckus, Councilman Devin Reese, Councilman Delgado, Councilwoman Jordan, Councilwoman Dewar, did she leave? She did, and Councilwoman Weber, I hope you guys all have a wonderful holiday with your family and friends, like Councilwoman Jordan stated. And I would just ask Mr. City Manager, because I will forget. So I would like to see in January, put on the agenda, regional fire consolidation. I would like to see the noise and the persistent issues on a block of 275 West Street. I would also like to see the Pembroke parcel to look at it for open space and recreational fields, and a public meeting or a council meeting dedicated to housing. I just want to put that on there. I haven't had, unfortunately, Rick has been out sick. We want to wish him a get well. It's been almost 6-7 weeks now, and so I wanted to do that because I kind of don't have everyone in my office right now, so if I don't do that, then I'll forget. So thank you so much, but I would ask for those to be on in January. All right, go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Madam Mayor, with that, if you wouldn't mind to piggyback on your regional fire, if you wouldn't mind bringing along the conversation of regional dispatch and emergency transport.
Perfect. Yes, perfect. Yes.
I just wanted to see what we're doing with talk space, and we recently heard a discussion about talk space. I don't remember where it was, but and if we have it, because the San Antonio or Osmo, it's Osmo Texas, is using talk space with their homeless community.
Good.
So we still have talk space.
Yes. We were bringing it back. JW was gonna do, he's been meeting with them, because I know the contract is coming up. So he's gonna, I believe, bring it back in January. So we're good.
He's not.
Oh, he's not?
No,
Oh, when's he coming?
he's not.
Oh, well,
Not for Talkspace.
oh, I thought he was, because he met with Devin and I on it. Is that what you understood, Devin? Yeah.
Okay, well, I will check notes upstairs, but
That's why I thought we were meeting with JW. Okay, well, just let us know. All right, Mr. Thornley, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, that's right, voicemails.
But before we go to that, can I say one other thing?
Yes, please.
Okay, we could not let this meeting go without congratulating Mr. Thornley and his son on their amazing football run. Give us a quick snippet of it. I don't think everybody understands the phenomenal nature that his son's football team just experienced. Give a little snapshot.
I don't think we did, because I didn't know until you mentioned it. And how you should equate that is it's the equivalency of like going to the major leagues for baseball, what do we call that? Yeah, the World Series of baseball, but they do it for the,
I guess, actually,
How do you-
the region sent 2 teams to Florida this year. So for Pop Warner football, they play from ages 5 to 14. And we sent teams in the 10 and 11 age bracket and the 13, 14 age bracket. And our boy is 10. And essentially what happens is Pop Warner football is a national program, and it's football and cheerleading, and there are 8 regions. And if you win in your region, and our region is the Pacific Northwest, so it's Alaska, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Northern Nevada, and Northern California, then you have the opportunity to play against the other regional champions in Florida. And if you win a pair of games, it's sort of a play-in, then you play for what is essentially a national championship of the teams that have been assembled there. And so these little guys went and they won their first game, and the 14s won their first game, and then both teams, I believe, lost their second game yesterday. So they're coming home, but I think they both accounted themselves very well on a national stage and finished in the top 4 nationally. So I'm very proud of all of them.
That's impressive. Top 4 nationally. Congratulations to the Miners.
yay! And that's why you don't have a lot of a voice left. Am I?
Yes, between cheering and policing a group of 10-year-olds, and there's been a lot of shouting over the last week or so.
Good for you. That's awesome, though. Congratulations. Let them know. Way to represent Reno and Nevada. Awesome.
Well, and I'd be remiss that none of it would have been possible without help from the community. There are a number of boys on both teams who simply do not have the means to travel like that and take care of themselves for a week in Florida. And so the community really stepped up and supported both teams in a huge way. And there are a number of boys who I think this will be a life-changing experience.
That's awesome. It really is, because it is hard. I know it was really hard for these boys to travel. And, you know, if anyone's listening out there, reach out to the council, because we get a lot of these requests. And I know it was a couple of years ago that Officer Silver came to us, and he was taking a whole bunch of boys to a big, you know, tournament. And like, they will never forget that. That's an experience of a lifetime for these kids. And then especially the ones that don't get to go because their parents can't afford to travel. So if anyone is ever listening, we try to do exactly what we can, but if there's, you know, there are people out there that understand the need for sports, how great it is, how healthy it is, the camaraderie. So we want children to have those experiences. So that's great that you recognize them. That's good. Awesome. Okay, Mickey, where are we at?
So again, we're on item J1, which is closing public comment. These are items that are either general in nature that we've received throughout the day after 4 p.m. yesterday. We had 1 general comment in support of an item, 3 in opposition, and 3 concerned. We have 2 voicemails, which we will play now. And I should just mention for the record that Corey Bond called our office this morning and wished all of council happy holidays. But due to some medical issues, he was not able to attend today. So just wanted to pass that well wishing along, and we'll transition to voicemails now.
My name is Chad Martinson. I live at 6470 Legend Vista in South Reno. And I wanted to just air my very strong support for expanding the homes at the Village on Sage Street. I've toured the existing facility, and it's clean, it's safe, it's exactly what the city needs to get ahead of the housing situation and prevent us from becoming like so many other cities that are simply ill-prepared. It's a wonderful, wonderful program, and I really hope that this receives expedited approval and can move forward. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Natalie Handler. I would like to talk about item D3, which I was told would be taken off this meeting's agenda 2 days ago on a phone call with the mayor. But as I record this voicemail on Tuesday, it is still published on the website. My apologies for not being able to attend in person. If item D3, discussion and direction to staff on the potential sale of the Community Assistance Center at Record Street, is now in fact off the agenda, this means it will not be discussed here today. While I appreciate the extensive conversations I had over the weekend with the majority of you about this matter and the support you all expressed in the solutions we have proposed in regards to the emergency need to open up Record Street Shelter to host overflow beds for women, couples, and families, we have yet to see any attempt to move this forward as the urgent matter it is. Every single one of you I have spoken with stated your understanding of the need to create safe options for the unhoused women and families in our community, and the issue before us that there is simply not enough shelter beds available to fill the need in our community. That CARES has presented ongoing safety issues for women, capacity issues for mixed demographics, as well as a lack of appropriately trained staff, and that the family shelter has been full for months. It is clear from the presentations made by the county at the CHAB meeting this Monday that they do not have any emergency provisions ready to execute to solve this issue right now. We have identified that the existing Record Street shelter fills this immediate need in our community and is a more than viable solution to this problem. We ask that you make good on those supportive discussions we have had and work quickly to give our citizens an option to get off the streets and out of the cold. It's nice the agenda item to the sale of the building is off the table, but we have yet to see any urgency to take action and meet with RISE, or the community at large for that matter, to move this forward during the state of emergency. I ask you today, Mayor and City Manager, to call an emergency special meeting with an agenda to move to approve the use of Record Street Shelter as an overflow shelter for women, couples, and families. I ask City Council to show support and advocate for this with the county, stakeholders, and the community at large, and additionally, explore long-term goals with RISE as to transitional and permanent supportive housing at this location. While the city may have handed off the homeless services to the county, you may not hand off responsibility of creating safer spaces for unhoused citizens that need your representation and your urgent action today. This community care work is all of ours to shoulder, and we hope that we can work diligently with you in utilizing the city resources we have at our fingertips today. As one of you likes to say often, that government works slow, I challenge that by saying only when it wants to. We saw how quickly you moved to erect CARES campus and fill it to capacity, and asked it to carry by using the 300 capacity building at Record Street that is vacant. This will give CARES campus the time it needs to build out phases 2 and 3 and host our citizens safely.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.